Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Yes. It's time for the final day of demos. We only have 74 left. I'm gonna dig them out of my butthole and play them for you.
How was that, Coy? A matchup pretty good? Okay, good. Oh, my lord, the Count Ezekiel, son of Ezekiel, or master of the free companies, defender of his enormous manhood, is shining example of chivalry and champagne. That is correct. Thank you, Tower Control. What is up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and it is the final day of Demo Week Extended Edition. 9 full days. God damn, we're doing 9 full days of demos, and it's the final day today. God damn, because tomorrow's Indie Saturday. We're doing indie games that are fully released. We're going to purchase, we're actually going to spend money and purchase some games. So it's going to be fun, I think. And then next week, starting on the 30th, oh God, that's right, the 30th, you're in for a fucking treat. Because on the 30th, we've got the if-then winner for June. The if-then winner for June, Vendetta, has chosen their game. And their game shall be Digimon. Something, hold on. Storytime Stranger. That's what we're doing on Monday. That's right. It's actually a very good game if you give it a chance. I've heard good things, man. I've heard good things about it. So I'm not poo-pooing it out of hand. Which is a weird thing to think about. I'm not poo-pooing it out of hand. Yeah. Anyway, Tuesday. Sorry, not Monday. Tuesday. I apologize. To take Mondays off. Yes, Tuesday. My bad, y'all. My bad. Let's see. It's my Monday. You know, the beginning of the work week for most people is Monday, so I think of it as Monday sometimes. A shit in the hand is worth 2 in the butt. Yeah. If it helps, almost all of them evolve into women with huge boobs or leather straps. It does help. I don't believe you, though. I will believe it when I see it. I won't knock it until I nut it. Forgot that phrase. Oh, man. That was good. That's a good phrase. I gotta remember that one. Don't knock it till you nut it. All right, y'all. They really do. God damn, that's awesome. All right, I'm looking forward to it again. Thank you to Vincent for the first gifted subs of the day. 6 of them. 6 gifted subs from Vincent going out to Cheeky W, French Stallion, Blunderball, Borns Inbound, Tiggy Wiggy, and Joanne Hutch.
Hail, Berserker!
My dick's so shitty. My dick's so shitty from your asshole.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Fuck, I'm not ready. My voice isn't warmed up. I can't harmonize. Thank you, Goody. Also, Sharon with the 70 months. Thank you, Sharon. Getting close to the, what is that, 6 years almost? Fuck, dude. 6 fucking years, man. Goes by in a flash. And we do have a little more business to take care of. Mr. Peril. Mr. Peril has put forth a new soundbite. That means this is the newest one.
Bad guy in little gold.
That's the new one. So this one's going bye-bye.
Well, I'ma beat my meat
All right, Goofy. You're gone, Goof. No more beating your meat for Goofy. In his place, we're going to put Carnage. Okay. I already think I'm not going to like this. Oh my God.
Hi. My name is CoCarnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
And a game developer. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer. All right. There it is. It's the new one on the board. C1. All right. Game Dev. There we go. Game Dev is up on the board. ARC1. C1 now. That is the newest. Let me go ahead and save the profile. There we go. Saved. Have you heard about Emberville? Have I?
This is CoCarnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo!
Hey Zeke, since tomorrow is Indie Saturday, will you be playing indie demos tomorrow? No, I will not be playing indie demos tomorrow. I will be playing fully released games. Fully released games that are that I would classify as independent.
And my asshole!
Soak up your sweat with toilet paper when taking a dump for free wet wipes.
That's good advice. That's just good advice. That's just solid advice right there.
Oh, that's too big.
Yeah, that is too big. Thank you,
Full
Spencer.
release, Cucumber.
Yeah, if anybody wants to suggest an indie game that is fully released, that has been released in the past few months, because it's got to be new and it's got to be fully released. Indie game suggestions tab in my Discord, and I'll go through them tonight, and we'll make a list for tomorrow for you to vote on. That's the other thing. We've been just doing random numbers since there's too many demos to really vote on. So we're going to get back to the voting tomorrow. So yeah, we'll be voting tomorrow on the indie games you want to see. So suggest them in the Discord. I'll pick 8 of them, and then you vote on them tomorrow. That's how it works. So what's the definition of indie? When I say it is. That's it. When I say it is. That's not universal just for this channel. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, like GTA 6, and like that. Like Rockstar, they're independently published. They're self-published, right? Am I an indie? Yes, sinners, you are an indie. Anyways, thank you, Citro. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Goody, for the bits. I appreciate it. Yeah, so that's all I have to say today. I'm ready to fuck these indies up. We got 74 of them. 74 left to look at. And we'll probably get through, I don't know. How many have we gotten through so far? I mean, of varying times, like how long we played them, but 117 we've at least booted up and looked at. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. We might get through I want to say 14. I don't want to get overzealous here, but I think we might be able to get through 14. Less if they're good. If the ones we get are good, then less. So I'm kind of hoping for less. Sort of. All right. We're going to roll 1d74. Let's see what the first game of the day is going to be. 53. Shroom and Gloom. Let's check that one. What is that one? Shroom and Gloom. There we go. Well, this looks like a roguelike deck builder with first-person elements. This one actually looks kind of fun. Oh, wait a minute. You use your cards in the overworld. Yeah, this one looked like a neat idea where you actually don't just use your cards for battle, but you use them to like, you know, to help you out in the dungeon and stuff. Yeah, it looks like a different take, which I'm all about. So let's copy that. Let's see. So let's shift up. There we go. Let's get her downloaded. I didn't even look how much space I have left. Probably not a lot on the old hard drive. Shroom and Gloom. Okay. Different take, pff, same salad, different dressing. Yeah, that's all video games though, dude. Don't be a fucking Debbie Downer, all right? Okay, gather
Your cards and unearth new weapons.
gather and grow cards in Shroom and Gloom, a moody first-person roguelike double deck builder, bursting with fungal foes and mountains of mega combos. Developed by Team Laserbeam. Oh, published by Devolver Digital. There you go. Published by Devolver. Okay. Looks like it's due to come out Q3 of this year. Let's fucking go. But being a Debbie Downer's Chad's whole gimmick. Not everybody's a downer. Just most. Just most. New run, please. What's happening? Hello? Okay, so my mouse works. Yes, I know that's locked in the demo. Can I please go to the demo? I think the full screen is just fucked up. Okay. And now there's maybe no sound? Let's try again. Okay. There we go. Okay, okay. I think we're all right now. Just a little bit of screen hiccupy. Dig and consume. Rusty shovel. Okay. Okay, so I can't move that far. Oh, do I? Oh, there we go. Drag it to it. Okay. A key. I'll take it. Perfect. All right. No, there is game sound. It's just real quiet. matchstick. And drag it to there. Fix or break. Well, I can't move forward. Okay, so it is rest first. Okay, okay. Oh, there's my energy right here. Okay, so that's all right. I see now. I see what's going on. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So you only have so much energy in the overworld as well, huh? Holy shit. Campfire. A flashlight. Reveal or ignite. Break and take 5 damage. Break or fix. Dig or break. Rat jerky. Feed or heal 3, draw 1 card. Okay. And then a key. Okay. Oh, there we go. Seasoning. Apply season to all. Will spawn 1 toasties upon death. Okay, I don't know what that is. That's an attack. The greedy dagger. Deal 4 damage, make return stroke with half damage. If fatal, draw a card. Okay, sure. Bigga, what up, Bigga? Thank you for the 44 months. Okay. If fatal, make it toasty. Okay, let's see what that means. Oh, I can eat it. Toast it, heal 5, consume. Okay, 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 okay. And I have 0, so end my turn. Oh, I lose the cards in my hand. Okay, okay. There we go. I drew a card. Make him vulnerable, which I think, yeah, 150% damage. There we go. Wait, can I? Oh, I should have eaten before I finished the battle, so I'd have my health up here. Okay, so get your health up before you end the battle, before you end the fight. Okay. Okay, soup pot. Place a soup pot, use edibles to make soup. Enchant your attacks. I'm here? This is probably where I am. That's the boss, okay. A gift from below. Choose a foresight. Draw an edible at the start of each exploration. Draw an extra attack at the start of each combat. If you would die, destroy this card and heal to 50% instead. I'm ready to snack. Wasn't even a choice for me. Okay. Reveal. Oh, reveal something that is obscured. Okay. Gives 5 warmth. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Select the card. To gain Repress Rage. Okay. Interesting. Oh, it's time to rest. Okay. Oh, I have to spend an energy to use that? Oh, eat a dick. Do I get my health back for resting? Nope, I do not. Oh, if you rest more, take more damage. Okay. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. So I gotta go, though. Okay. Home of Battle Mole, shop for combat cards. Home of a Curious Mole, trade edibles for explore cards. Okay. No. Okay, so there's I foraged a snack, feed or heal 3. Okay. So I don't have any more energy. Okay. Plus 2 damage on all cards. Wow. Bless 5 times will increase the damage of the killing card by 5. Oh, if you eat, make a toothpick. Okay. Draws a card, can't be cast. Sure. Whatever. We'll figure it out. And now I'm going to take 2 damage from resting, probably. Oh, what's this guy? If you rest, take 5 more damage. All right. There we go. Okay. I didn't have a choice. I took 5 damage either way. Okay, so I'm gonna die. These guys are gonna fucking kill me. Okay. +2 damage on all cards. And then... Oh, I just... Okay. Cool. Alright, 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 alright. And I make a toasty out of him. And I will heal 5. And I will end my turn. Make him vulnerable. Is that gonna do 5 damage? 8 damage. Wow, okay. That's weird. Oh, the 3 warmth counter, the 2 gloom damage. Okay, okay. Okay, 4 points. There we go. Okay, cool. Feed or heal 1 if you eat or if you feed, +2 healing. Yeah, dig or break. Those are important. Breaks are important. Oh, give me food, I give you weapons. Wow, look at that. Oh, cost 4 food, 3 food, 2 food. Oh, oops. Not that. I don't have any food. Oh, I have a toasty, apparently. I have 1 food. Oops. And these all cost more than that, except for this. Distant Shadow. Wow. Don't, god damn it. This, one of the biggest pitfalls in deck builders, man. Don't give me all of the card rules at once. My brain is too small to handle that. Apply 2 spell weakness. Oh, we'll take 2 damage whenever you play a card. Oh, but that's 3. Look at that. 3 cost? Holy fuck. Evolves after repeat use. Okay. I'll take it, sure. Food, please. There you go, buddy. I'm starting a mukbang channel. See you on the other side. Dig. No idea. Can you dig it? Zeke, are you a Cool Ranch Doritos guy? There's this chip from the company Late July called Jalapeno Lime that is basically spicy Cool Ranch. Fucking so good. I do like ranch. I'll if given the choice, like I'll take the nacho cheese, but like ranch is a close second. It's good. Cool Ranch is good. It is good, man. Can be revealed. Okay. Temporary. Oh, destroyed when leaving your hand. Okay, that's fine. Reveal this. Select a card to gain, if fatal, gain 1 energy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, give it to my bite. Reveal or... Let's see. Do we need to even do that? Oh, okay, hold on. Has a chest. Has an icy pool. Oh, wow. Plus 25 max health? That's double what I have, dude. So if I rest here, I'm fine, right? I rest, I'm good. Okay. Well, okay. Okay, so it's a mood. Applies effects related to mood or emotional state, right? Attacks deal +1 damage. Okay, so the rage is giving everything in my hand +1 damage. Oh, destroy when leaving your hand, unplayable. Okay. Okay. Now I got a toasty. All right. So he hit me for 6. Has a shadow lodged in it. Will take 2 damage whenever you play a card. Okay. So now I'm done. I don't need 1 energy right now. So we'll just hit him with both. There you go. Pocket lint. End your turn. End your turn. This card does not count as playing a card. Oh, come on. Why do I even have that? That's stupid. The card wriggles in your grip. grow closer. Oh, so you can keep playing it if there's a longer boss fight then. Okay. Okay. Oh, he had... Fuck. Right. There we go. Okay, cool. We got it. What games do we think started the roguelike? Like Rogue, the game. So the game that it's named after, probably Rogue, but Isaac... Binding of Isaac is a big one. As far as the deck building roguelikes, I would say Slay the Spire is probably the biggest one that I know of. If you're doing that specific genre, like, yeah. Reveal or ignite. Scavenge? I don't even know what scavenge means. Oh, okay. Splintering shovel. Break and dig for treasure, make stone pick. Sure, why not? Whatever. There, now my max health is doubled, which is fucking swell. Yeah, I gotta see what the evolution of the infected limb is. If you rest, this becomes a hazard. If you rest, take 2 damage. Okay. There you go. Break that open. Interesting. Medical kit. Make band-aid, make painkillers. Sure. That needs to be revealed. If fatal, draw 2 cards. Wait. There you go. Okay, so I should be able to... I have 5, so I should be able to rest without taking damage from this, right? Since my... Yep, there it is. Okay, save for 3. All right, cool. That's exactly what it is. All right, let's rest. This is super interesting, man. I like it a lot. I just wish it was a little more basic to start. Oh, so the evolution stays. Oh, that's interesting. Now, do I add 3 vulnerable now? Oh, it has 7 out of 10. Okay, so this has... Okay, okay. And now I'm sucking these dudes. Those dudes taste so good. All right, go ahead. Yep, give him some vulnerable, and then end my turn.
Hello, I'm here for the dude sucking.
Now it's gonna hit me for a bit. Okay. We'll give the player 1 wart, huh? Okay. Linger. Card will not be discarded at the end of the turn, destroying when leaving your hand. Okay. Fatal make toasty. I will consume it. Oh, plus 2 damage on all cards, including this one? Fucking dick. Okay. Dead. Cool. Armor of scraps, loaf of bread, foul vegetation. Make breadcrumbs. Feed or reveal temporary, okay. Do the armor of scraps. Oh, there we go. Okay, shit. All right, we're doing it. Boss time, huh? Deal 4 damage, make spongy buckler. Okay, it says deal 3 damage twice. If you eat, heal 4. If you eat before or after or what? I don't understand like the order of this. If you eat some ass. Okay. Well, God damn it. Well, God damn it. Stay puffed. No, more blade. If I stay here, I will be, yeah, I need to fucking get out of here. I can't rest. No rest for the wicked. Wait a minute, what's this? Will cancel attack if damaged. Oh, okay, okay, so... Alright, 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 alright. Oh, retaliates for one when damage unless fatal. Okay. Oh, we'll call reinforcements, of course, of course. Oh, and these guys stick around? Fuck's sake. Oh, that's it. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. I don't have to drag it over there, just drag it out of my hand. Fuck, I'm gonna take 9 damage. I'm fine, I'm fine, everything's fine. There we go. Okay. I'm doing all right. We did it. Radiant key, let's go. Yes, I know. I want to. I want to. Oh, that is no, it doesn't dig, it breaks. Okay. That's right. Deal 8 damage. When a card gains damage, plus 2 damage. Absolutely. Oh, it does highlight shit that you can use. Fuck this, I'm out. I'm out! I don't have any energy left. Oh, okay, this is where we die. Oh yeah, this is where we die. Oh, god damn it. Didn't have enough. Yep. Oh well. Twas a good run. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, there's no way out of this. Now hold on. I might have been lying. I might have been lying. I'm starting to believe. Kid Ween with 96 months. Hello, I'm here for the dude sucking. Drink some coffee, you addict. Oh, full heal. Oh shit, I'm on a new map. Okay, so I did beat the boss. All right, cool. Dude, cool game, man. Cool fucking game. I like it. It's already on my wish list, and it's super fucking louder than the fucking game. God damn, do I hate that. Why is it always so much louder than the game? It's forced advertisement bullshit. All right, next one. 1D73. 25. Let's see. Fossil Fuel 3. Fun game, but in reality, would you buy it though? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, dinosaur game? Let's fucking go, dude. Oh my God, 12 gigs, fuck's sake. I'm down to 278 gigabytes free. I started with like 700. Copy. Delete, shift up. There we go. Oops. 3. Okay. Navigate an open world Siberian island overrun by dinosaurs. They brought them back. You're here to put them down for good in this terrifying third act of the Fossil Fuel series, of which I don't think I played the first two. Developed and published by Dangerous Bob Studio. And it is coming soon. Dangerous Bob Studio. Gotta love it. Thank you for supporting the indie dev community. Dangerous Bob. You're welcome, Dangerous Bob. Featuring slick music tracks officially licensed from APM Music. Ah, fuck. We're gonna get claimed. English, please. New game. Medium level.
This is for you new people. I'm Lieutenant Maximus, and welcome to PMC Alpha. 5 years ago, the Sierra Research Facility in Alaska was attacked by Vostok Bioworks. They succeeded in stealing Sierra's prehistoric cloning technology.
God damn
Sierra
those assholes.
has called us in for some payback. Vostok's commander goes by the call sign Commodore, and he is personally overseeing the construction of a replica research base in Siberia. Our mission
He's not a
is to
bad guy.
infiltrate the base and take out the Commodore. And if our math is right, Vostok hooked up some big, mean dinos.
Yeah, I don't care, Peekert. I just won't make money on the VOD. It's fine. I don't make money on VODs anyways.
All units, this is Overwatch. Assault team on approach. Hold on, it's gonna get bumpy.
No, everything is claimed these days. It's really hard to make a video on YouTube without it getting claimed by something or someone. Like I get messages to my email all the time saying like
We got something on scope.
every
Eyes up.
12th video is like, hey, this one's good for monetization.
Ooh, that's a big ass bird. Well, we ain't the only thing flying up here.
Yeah, it's tough being a fucking YouTuber these days, man, especially a video game YouTuber. Like I've gotten claimed for a sneeze before. It's like that sneeze is copywritten by blah blah blah. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
What, you got a bird down. Bravo is down. Watch it, watch it. Oh, whoa, whoa, I got no action in the pedal. Mayday, mayday. Up. Up.
Yeah, if you aren't getting someone else to pay for your video, you're screwed, pretty much. Yeah. Press F for light. I was 2 days from retirement. This knife can cut him down or cut him up. Oh, dark. Oh, that's gonna cut him down. Okay, I see. That's not a... I thought it was a rope leading down. Oh, that hurt? Man, fuck you. It's our pilot. He didn't survive the fall into the cave. Rest in peace, soldier. Oh, he didn't survive the fall into the cave. Rest in peace, soldier. Data scanner. Used to scan objects for research data interface with secured system. Doubles as a basic hacking tool for lock terminals. It's the sonic screwdriver, basically. It's also the Predator's targeting system, apparently. I went to see Don Quixote at the theater yesterday, and there was a short break in the middle of the play. We didn't know what would happen. No one expected the Spanish intermission. Oh my God. I love you, old man Zeke. You don't. You can just say Zeke, Javi. You don't have to say old man. You can just say fucking Zeke. Good Lord. What is happening? Why am I getting hurt? I guess water is bad for me. Data scanner can unlock electronic locks. And it's gone. Okay. Okay, so climbing ladders is automatic. Oh, okay. Oh, save the game. There you go. Okay, cool. Read the document. Pterodon concern. The pteranodons, trained to guard the island's airspace have created several problems. They are responding aggressively to all aircraft, including friendly transports and supply helicopters. Until we can improve the recognition training, I recommend restricting their patrol range. If this continues, they may bring down one of our own aircraft. Aviary Operations Supervisor, Irina Sokolova. Sokolova! I'm Mr. Sokolova. I'm Mr. Sokolova. The lever is missing. It's probably close by. Oh, fuck yeah. Give me the bow. A handful of terror birds have escaped their pens. All personnel are to avoid the lower containment area until the security team arrives. Do not attempt to herd the specimens back into their cages without armed support. Pen maintenance lead, Nikolai Orlov. Okay. $9 mil. Okay. Locked from the other side. This could be shot through the bars. I wonder if it could be shot through the bars with an arrow.
Siegfried.
Yo, Loken with 23. Thank you, Loken. The excavation crew locked all the C4 in the maintenance shed, and now I can't find the key to the padlock. How are we supposed to get any work done if we can't access the supplies we need? Now I'll have to break the lock somehow. Construction crew, Yuri Belov. Arrows can't break a metal padlock. Find a gun. Okay, thank you. I guess I have no choice but to go down, huh? They said the lever would be close by, and that doesn't seem close by. Someone was just here. Come get a taste. Scratches. Maybe dinosaur. I'm not sure. Oh, it's this thing. A terror bird. 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 A terr They look like something out of Labyrinth. One of us tells the truth, and one of us always lies. Terrorbird swarm when alerted, picked them off. One at a time with the bow. God damn. They're gonna claim this video now. Oh! To be fair, that was easier. Yeah, they were coming at me like it was the fucking golden saucer, man. Oh, fuck. What's the golden saucer song? I can hear it in my head, but hold on. Yeah, it's gone now. Quay. I've got a little snippet running through my mind. But it's one of those songs you just don't forget, and once it's in there, it's fucking in there, dude. What's this? Oh, the lever. Nice. Yeah, you stuck it in mine too, thanks. Wait a minute. Oh, there. Oh, the lever. I'm just gonna go back. Yeah. Okay, I think that's probably all I needed then. This demo has to end with like a big old bird or big old dinosaur, excuse me, chasing me or something. Press Alt. Okay. Can I do this? There we go. Hey, gun. Perfect. C4. G to throw the C4. Oh, I am maxed out on C4. Oh my god! That was good. That was pretty good. There we go. Use explosives to breach the gate. Okay. There should be some close by. Okay. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Florp. Get out of here. Oh, damn it. Hey, arrows. I'll take them. Thank you. Report UGV unmanned ground vehicle. The new turret drones have strengthened base security and allowed personnel to be reassigned to more critical sectors. The artificial intelligence limited basic patrol and enemy recognition routines. However, the units possess two major weaknesses. First, they lack audio detection, will only engage targets that trip their laser sight. Second, damage to the CPU cooling cells on the rear of the chassis will cause the drone to explode. Okay. Looks like they built this place in an old Soviet bunker. Oh, I need the code. Oh. Uh-oh.
I see you. I don't blame you.
Oh, geez, Omizo. Nope. Okay. We've been moving equipment down the cave all day. As a reminder, the ladder to the annex retracts automatically. You will need the passcode 7455. Alexi. Oh yeah, this has that super good indie feel. Like there's no way this had a lot of budget. Because that's what we base indie games on now, is just money. If you have a lot of money, you don't get to call yourself indie. What's this? Oh, okay. Can we do another button besides Alt? The Vostok Cave Annex is the old Soviet bunker located on the northern side of the island. Modernization efforts are now underway to bring the annex up to the same operational standards as HQ. Report hazards, secure your tools, follow all safety instructions. Are you doing your part? Vostok needs your best. Specimen transfer request. I have been monitoring our attempts to replicate the Goliath described in the Sierra records. Our efforts have finally borne fruit. Since a hybrid creature has everyone spooked, we designated it the Warden. Increase security around the specimen immediately until we fully understand the limits of its strength and intelligence. No risk can be taken. I strongly recommend transferring the creature to the HQ holding pens. They are far better equipped for this beast. If it ever got out, bitches. you'd see some shit.
Audio log of Sergei Anton, biological risk supervisor. I'm concerned about all the electrical equipment left out in the open. In the event of a fire, we could suffer significant equipment damage from the sprinkle system.
From the sprinkle system.
Crates might open in such an event. We need to double check the backup power.
Okay. So, if we can get the fire suppression system going, we can trigger the sprinkles. Okay. Oh, the gun isn't even, okay. There we go. I didn't know how to do it myself. There we go. Oh, that's where I came up. Yep. Okay. Okay, that's where I put shit. All right. Who used all the flares? Only one left in the storage room. Can't operate like this. Replace supplies when they run low. Next time someone needs one, they might not have it. I want you. Oh shit. Climb into the cart and use a flare in the sprinkler. Okay. To flood the facility. I want you for the motherland. Climb onto the what now? To the cart. Did it say cart or crate or something? Like either one. I'm not seeing anything to climb on top of. And I can't jump that high. Oh, probably not here, you think? Okay. Oh, here we go. There we go. There it is. You. And now shit hits the fan. What? They take one arrow? But more than one bullet, huh? Okay, sure. Oh. buckshot and a handle. The fuck is that? I collected the guy's DNA. Don't ask me how. I can give you a hint though. And now I'm sucking these dudes. Those dudes taste so good. I'm dead. Oh, look at me. I'm dying. Dead.
This is the Commodore. We have lost power in the cave facility. I want to water the storm immediately. Don't make me come down there.
Okay. Any farts? If not, dealer's choice. We do have some farts. Ready?
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
Okay. Probably not down there now. Oh, did I go? I went backwards, didn't I? Oh, I need a key card. Yeah, the Steam summer sale is right now, man. Little Misfortunes on Steam on sale right now. Yeah, it's a great game. I loved it. Heartbreaking too, man. That game made me actually cry real tears. Oh, I can open these drawers? Oh, fuck off. I can open all of them? You gotta be fucking fuck you, dude. I don't know what any of that is. Or what those DNA points do. A wrench could turn this. Could turn it around. I will turn off that fan and climb out. More arrows. Thank you. I will open my storage. Put that in. Put that in. Okay. Where the fuck am I? Open the blast door, drain the water. Okay. 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 This is where I did the whole water business. Share some of that air conditioning here in you? No, dude, I'm using all of it. Sorry. So sorry to say, I'm using all of the air conditioning. In fact, I would use it. If I could steal more from an orphanage, I would. Because it is fucking hot here in Texas. Here in Tejas. Yep, people are dying of heat strokes, but at least I'm cool. That's right. What? No. What do we got? What do we got? Gimme. There you go. And there we go. There's the warden. Okay. You are extinct. Good enough, man. That was cool. All right. Nice game. Fossil Fuel 3. There it is. Not too bad. Pretty good demo. All right. Where are we at now? 72. Let's see what we get. Next up on the demos, 22, and that's gonna be Dwarf the Dungeonist. Okay. All right, Dwarf the Dungeonist. And I think DTD Dave is here. I think this is their game, whoever that is, but yeah, it's a DTD guy. Yep. I don't know if they're still here, but we'll give it a shot. It's a puzzle game, so should be all right for me. All right, Dwarf the Dungeonist. There we go. Turn-based dwarf puzzle crawler. What a name. Turn-based dwarf puzzle crawler. Solve tricky mechanics, explore mysterious dungeons, and survive the depths. Released sometime this year, developed and published by Robert Kortowski. Let's do it. So I'm carrying it on my head like this. Okay, sure. Wait, what? Oh. I didn't mean to go in the lava, dickheads. Bloop, blorp, bloop, 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 blorp. Oh, so water just takes longer because you gotta swim through it? Sure. Oh, I'm not gonna eat it? I killed it for no reason? Am I supposed to know what these symbols mean? Nope. Yeah, I was guessing those are death. Oh, a stick to trigger the traps. Okay. What the fuck off. It's like they speed up when you move. They do. They chase you. Oh God, fucking damn it. The fucking thing! I swear to God, I'm dying because the fucking inputs get read more than once. Oh, this, okay, so I can, if I walk at a wall, it speeds them up like this. So I can speed them up by facing a wall and walking towards it, or pressing the direction of that. So it seems like no matter what, I'm gonna get hit by this guy. There, fuck you. Oh, what? I have a door now? I think I have a door. I don't fucking know. I'm carrying a door, a potion, and a log. Oh, maybe it's a boat. There you go. That's probably what it is. Oh, I can just put it down in the water. Okay. Okay, I guess I can only have one thing at a time. Okay, so I can't go against the current, which makes sense. I haven't done the tutorial parts yet. There we go. Okay, so all these you hold down space for 2 seconds and there we go. Okay, so this is the tutorial. Okay. Shift will change what's in your hand. There we go. Yep, I needed this. Didn't know that was a tutorial. All right. Oh, god damn it. Oh, it's only one way. Fuck. That's only one way. That's only one way. What the fuck? Nope. Yeah, come on now. There we go. Beer. You fucking gotta be kidding me. Don't touch the walls with this thing. There. Okay. All right, I need that to heal up so I can have 2 hearts so I can get out. Eat my asshole! And then I need to eat someone's
Don't you
asshole.
just hate it when you find your father's wedding ring inside your sister?
Oh, Jesus, Elash. God damn, man. Yeah, I probably need to get the pot before the pick. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. Okay, I got it now. Okay. Oh. I can just take it. It's because I moved twice on the fucking spikes. Because I moved once into the spikes and then I moved to the wall and the spikes hit me again. Fucking lame. God damn you, dude.
Oops.
Careful, 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 careful. One at a time. One. So it's not that, it's a timed thing. You gotta go fast. It's not hitting another wall or advancing. It advances on its own for some fucking reason. The shit of it is if I make one wrong move, I gotta do the whole fucking thing over again. Careful, careful. Fuck's sake. I do not know what a log is for. Okay, so that particular log is for weighing down that block there. However, now what do I do? I don't know how to set the fucking log in the river without putting myself there as well. Drop it there and push it? I can't push anything.
91 much love, Seek Sikalit, Seek Skiff, Seek Fist.
Yo, Fluffy Quack, thank you for the raid. And legendary EJ Stubbs with 91 months. Oh, fucking, there we go. Yep, okay. There. Oh, hold on. So we still need... What's gonna move that block? This guy. What's gonna move this guy? This guy's still in my way. Oh, I bet I can go up. Okay. Okay. Get. Okay, you fucking. There, eat shit. I think I might have fucked myself. Yeah. Oh, I certainly fucked myself. No, I didn't. Yeah, no. Alright, so pick up the log. Move it. Hit the lever. Once. Put the log down. Hit the lever again. Go over here. Well, I have to do that. I just have to do the lever thing again. Yeah. No! Okay, we're gonna. Oh, you fucking piece of shit! All right, we're gonna solve this last puzzle and we're gonna move on. Or this will be the last puzzle we solve, and then we'll move on to the next game. But I got this now. Nope, not this way. Okay. Stop. Fucking there. Stop right there. Nope. There. Good. All right. Dwarf the Dungeonist or Dungeoneer or whatever the fuck it is. That's it. We out. Dwarf the Dungeonist. There you go. God, man, that was frustrating when it was doing double inputs and shit. Ugh. All right. There you go. All right, next one. 1D71. 50 for the Backworld. Yeah. An RPG maker, perhaps. Oh, it's very mother coded, yeah. Or Earthbound, yeah. Yeah, why not? I'm just gonna go pee real quick. You guys, I'll let you watch the trailer. All right. Yes, looks very mother-like. Let's download it. There we go. The back world. Slip between the cracks of reality. Into a world where danger awaits at every turn. Survive with strategy, battling when necessary, or fleeing when the odds are stacked against you. Collect strange items, unlock new abilities, and recruit unique companions. Forge your own path. Every choice matters. Oh. There we go. This game is due to come out in 2027, developed by Numer Games, published by Top Hat Studios. Let's go. Still getting used to me coming back in the room from this side? Yeah. The door is this way in this office. The other one was that way. Oh. Choose your baseline control scheme. You can press F2 on the title screen if you want to redo this in the future. Okay. Press any key to continue. Any key. I'm pressing any key. I'm pressing all the keys. Okay. Oh. Fucking hell, man. Okay. 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 Oh, my name. Sen. Wait, it would be S. It would be Sen. If it's Ness backwards. Oh, that last one was called Mother. Maybe we call her Father. Oh, what was the asshole's name in Mother? The bully fat kid. What was his name? Piggy, Pokey, Porky. Was it, which one was it? Pokey, Piggy, Porky? Hey, Pseudonym, thank you for the 58 months. There you go, Porkins. How about just Dick Balls? A Dick Ball? Dick Balls. Sure. Easy, medium, or hard. Those who want a chill experience, solid challenge, Serious challenge. Yeah, let's do that. Minimal resource management. Adventure. Brutal resource management. Oh, no, fuck that, dude. I want a clearer path. Yeah, please. Thank you. No darkness. Wow. A lot of options in this. I like it. Although, I could probably do it with a gamepad. I hope. You float in pitch black darkness. There is no sound or sense of direction, just an endless void. Nothing exists except for you. Wait, what is that? Voices. They speak, but the meaning of their words is lost on you. Find us to find yourself. You feel something new. What was it called again? Oh yeah, heat. Something now exists and it's rapidly approaching you. A vast nebula glows in the darkness. Its light produces waves of warmth that brush against your skin. Ah, I finally found you. What did you think you were going to do? Hide here forever? This will achieve nothing. Come talk to me now. Even within a world of nothingness, your room is dirty. Maybe you're secretly a baby and this is your dream. Time to find out. Baby. A familiar voice enters your mind. You feel safe under their guidance. If you want to survive and focus, this will be quick. During combat, you have multiple different actions. With the act action, you can use various abilities. There are basic abilities that use your special resources and abilities gained from your equipped items. Your unique special resource regenerates every turn. With the bag action, you can use items found in your inventory. With the switch action, you can alternate between active and inactive party members. With the pass action, you skip your turn. Flee action, try to escape. Your chances increase with each attempt. You can also choose to lose combat early here. With the book action, you see the details for all combatants. This includes their statistics and passives. Press Y here to toggle a list of their status effects. You can see the turn order and change the combat speed by pressing the relevant buttons. That's it. I will be watching your progress. Happy is acting. Choose this action to use an ability. Press X to toggle the turn order. Press Y to change combat speed. Oh, okay. You gained $16. Thanks for playing my game. I had to go for a bit, but I saw you scream. No, that's not a good sign. No, you can go back, DTD, or it'll be on the VOD later. But yeah, I played through the tutorial and I played through a few of the puzzle rooms. I think I played through the tutorial, the top tutorial, and then the second, and then one or two of the bottom ones. Frustrating, but decent little puzzle game. I found a candy. Welcome to main menu. You'll find info on your party, equipment, inventory, quests, just a map for navigation. If you want a more in-depth explanation for any menu, press X. Good luck. Okay. The controller left up, right over instantly. Yep. Okay. That open the map. Okay. Okay. Heals 20 HP. I don't think I need to, but whatever. Oh, there we go, mini map. All right. What could chips from the depths of the void taste like? Oh, they're chips. Okay. I can see inside you, and yet there is nothing there. You're not really here, are you? Just a fragment of your own reflection. Where did you go? You can't hide forever. I'll find you. Wake up. Finally. Ugh. That ladder hasn't been cleaned in forever. You alright, dude? Oh, I fell down. Okay. I don't see any scratches. I'm sure you're fine. Come on, guys. Follow me before it disappears. Alrighty then. It better be worth my time. I've got stuff to do. Let's be real. It won't be. What could she have found? Even found in a sewer? How often do you get her, see her hyped about something? Let's go. Whatever. Honestly, isn't a bad spot for a run. Don't splash any sludge on me. Well, I'm going in. See you in there. Maybe there's some cool stuff to find around here. Just make sure not to fall while climbing that ladder again. They'll probably wait for you. Probably. Save. Yep. Oh, there's safe checkpoints. And there's unsafe checkpoints. That's funny. Even in death, it's still swimming, barely. Explore to get stronger. Perfectly clean cardboard box. It's beautiful. Jesus, can't you see I'm trying to rest? Go away. Found a chocolate and a juice box. Place smells terrible. There are legends of homeless people living extremely deep in the sewers. Apparently there's an entire city down there. Oh, damn pepperoni, what a waste. How did somebody get a car in here? This is disgusting. How has the city even let the sludge get this bad? A lot of sludge. Not technically, may not technically be alive, but it's moving enough to be. What up, Praxis? A classic red cola. Stay, kid, you looking for some of that good stuff? No? Oh, times are changing. Who am I gonna sell this to? Nice work, Sandra. You found a hole in the ground. I've seen it here a few times, but it vanishes when I come back. There's got to be something weird going on here. Oh, how would you know? Do you come in here regularly? Sometimes. Let's go inside. Can we not do that? Yeah, let's leave the mystery hole alone. Wait, I swear I can hear something in there. What is she doing? Of course. Wait, Sandra! Seriously? And there she goes. Whatever, it's just a hole. Let's just go check it out. We can't leave them down there. Fine, down in the sewer we go. Well, not me. Why would somebody lug a toilet way down here? Hey, look, it's a balloon. That's either an It reference or it's a, would that be a Mother reference or an It reference, you think? Probably It. It's in the sewers and all. You'll float too. You'll float too. Well, I didn't want to do that. What kind of a hat is it? Do I have like a hunter's hat on or something?
I got 99 months and a Twitch ain't one.
Hit me. Thank you very much. Practice for the 99er. Wait a minute. The electronics store in the mall leads directly to the sewer? That's weird. You were unsafe and not able to properly rest. Your party's been healed. Oh, a little bit. Okay. You feel a deep urge to hit the ball. Some kind of a floating art piece. Yeah, the mall that is currently under a sewer. Also, you'd think the plants would be all dead. Yeah, so the entire mall is in the sewer. I didn't even think about that. There's something in that box. I don't know how to get it. Yes, I am going to Burning Man this year. So hitting it out the thing doesn't do anything. Okay. A card deck, huh? Oh, can't get that one either. Mannequin stands completely still despite their head being missing and still feels as if they're watching you. Oh, I found a throwing knife and a throwing fork! A belt and a candy, huh? Oh, accessories, okay. Card deck, plus 15 energy, plus 5 critical, plus 5 evasion, plus 15 actually, passive lucky. Sure, why not? Okay. So those throwing knife and fork are just consumables. Good sound effects on the sneakers, though. Weird. Yo, Sephiroth Valentine with the big 42. I mean, the fuck? Is he gonna name a reference to the back rooms? I don't think so. But I don't know. Did I miss something in this fucking room? This game is inspired by the back rooms? Okay. It means Backstreet's back? All right. That's enough. Well, there's obviously another room over here, according to the mini-map. Oh, this is just the, okay, that's just the clothes, okay. What the fuck am I missing here? Well, I didn't know that was a ladder, or I didn't know that was stairs for some reason. That's what I was missing, the giant stairs. Or escalator, or whatever.
Hey now, you're an all-starer.
All-starer. Yeah, what up, DJ Knight? 125 months, thank you, my friend. Good to see you. It's a giant shoe, it smells terrible. Oh, there they are. Hey, look at this guy. He's been standing there like that for a while. Should we say something? Hello, sir. Sorry to bother you, but did you see my friends? I lost them. Honestly, I'm surprised there's another person in this place. Do you know why they built a mall down here? It's so weird. Hey, what the hell? Heidi increases her plasma for 75% of the EP she consumes. She also regenerates some of her EP every turn. That means something, for sure. Faceless One has the passive blind. Accuracy and evasion cannot be modified during battle. Dick Balls is acting. Okay. double chop? What the fuck? Sure. Found a red soup and gained 106 bucks. Okay, I need to calm down. Just catch your breath, pause for a moment. All right, this is what I trained for. We got this. Lost track of the others, but they got to be close. First things first, we need to contact the Hero Agency and report this. No signal. My phone's dead down here. Maybe we can go back the way we came. I don't love that idea though. Looks like an exit up ahead. Let's move fast and get this done. Looks like someone was living down here. Maybe homeless. Whatever happened, the monsters got him. Is he dead? Oh my God. Heidi pauses, visibly shaken for a moment. You can both take in the situation. You can actually die down here. This is seriously wrong. What happened here? What even are those things we fought? We need to get out of here and make that call right now. The others could already be in danger. I knew there was something off. What are those traps doing there? Looks like it's up to us to handle this and find the others. I'm sure Gordy's fast enough to slip past those things. Let's just be careful. Equip this item to gain stats and a new ability. I found a basketball. Okay. While looking at Heidi, something new flows in the back of your mind. Energy manipulation, acrobatics, you suddenly understand it all. You've unlocked dodge. Press B to use it. You can to avoid hazards, environment. Oh. Trinity consumes stamina if in danger and enemies detect
I
you
am
further.
the worst player and a giant idiot.
This is a test.
No, I don't care for that new alert, Scott. Can we, like, not that? You know, honestly, never mind. All the alerts are bad, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, right. Grab the traps, Phyllis.
Because I am the worst player and a giant idiot.
Looks like Gordy went this way. He must have been running extremely fast if he left speed trails behind. Oh, those little blue things? Maybe?
Hi, my name is CoCarnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
There you go, Mr. Peril. Where the heck did everyone go? I barely lost them earlier. I hope we find someone soon. I know. Yeah, me too. Some dress shoes. Let's go. Oh, they're accessories. Okay. Beware. Talk? The vending machine wishes it could speak to you, but alas, it cannot. Okay. Okay, so one of these days I'm going to be able to break that, whatever it is. Oh, that too. Another red balloon. Oh my God. Revuke has the passive Bloodsucker. Heal based on damage dealt. Reduce enemy speed. Oh, new active ability. Hooray. Yeah, biffed him. All right, you know what? I think I'm good. I'm good. All right. Not bad. Just RPGs. RPGs are tough to get into with a limited amount of time, but it's an RPG. All right. Probably a lot to explore even in the demo, I'd imagine. You want to check it out, but I'm ready to move on. I hope you are too. Let's go for 34. Lady Death Demonicron. And I think it's actually licensed Lady Death stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. Fucking, let's go. Nope. Let me get it put up on the top here. Lady Death Demonicron. There you go. All right, Lady Death Demonicron is an all-new side-scrolling, sword-slicing, magic-wielding, 15-level co-op hack and slash that takes the best aspects of the 1990s arcade classic, all mixed together with a killer industrial metal soundtrack. This is due to come out July 30th of this year, developed and published by Art of Play Interactive. Let's beat him up, y'all. Are you surprised by one of the aspects of the game? Ooh, titties. Oh yeah, Lady Death has been around for a long time. Very iconic sexploitation comic book character. That makes me curious too. Actually, not that long. Lady Death has been around since 1991. I thought it was longer than that. So, no, I honestly thought she was a lot older than that, but then again, I was only 11 in 1991, so everything seemed like it had been around forever when I went into the comic book shop. I tried helping these people and they repaid me with fire. Burn her! She's a witch! Burn her! I am left with no choice. I conjure thee, here invisible shadow, I call to the illuminators of darkness, destroyer of light, I ask thy gate to open! To save my life, I must offer myself to the darkness. Do you wish to enter our domain? You must renounce your humanity and pledge your soul to hell. Yes, I renounce my humanity! Very well, child. Bloop. In life, I knew only pain and suffering. I believed fate would deliver me unto heaven. Yet it was to hell I traveled to live among the eternally damned. Learn one thing in hell, desire equals power. I was blind to all my emotions except vengeance. Darkness ends. Again, I awaken. Where am I? Ravenheart? My love, what unholy sorcery is this? How did we get here? Butcher them! It seems more popular as ever. Worry about it later. There's blood to spill. Fuck yeah, there's blood to spill. Let's go. Boing, boing.
Is this?
Haha, what fuckery is this? Those sound effects are, well, nothing you can do about them. Well, that was a flaming box. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, there you go. B to pick it up. Okay. Well, that sucks. A lot of hazards, a lot of environmental hazards here. So blue flame is fine. Oh shit.
Request your presence below, prisoners.
Okay, so there is a block. Sort of. Jab the door open. Terrible. Oh, elevator fight scene, of course. So that's, hold on. That's what B does. Wingstop plus Zeke, it's good to start a weekend. Yeah, dude. All right, I'm good. It's a beat 'em up. It's fine. Nothing super special. It does have a nice character on there, but yeah. I could take it or leave it. I'm gonna leave it for now. It's a game that knows what it's selling. That's right. All right. Whoa. 169? It's still rolled on the board though, so we'll take 66. Why not? Vision Quench. Sure. Here we go. Whoa, that's cool. Oh, it's online co-op.
Oh, it's a Rat King.
Oh, okay. This is a
Yo, the wall's closing. Help me.
friend slop game.
Ow.
All right. We'll shift up. We'll delete that. All right. Let's go 1d65 now. 68. Okay.
I got green orbs, I got Deto's, I got glow.
You can play solo. It says online co-op, cross-platform, family sharing. It doesn't say single player at all on there. Oh, it's okay. You have personally played solo? Okay, fine then. We'll give it a shot then. All right. Let's see. Copy. There we go. Sure, I'll try it. If it's like, oh, it's probably like Repo. Yeah, there you go. You can play those solo too. You can play those solo. Let's see what it's like. Vision Quench. No, fine then, Recos says. An online co-op dark fantasy adventure game set in the underbelly of a consumer goods conglomerate mega dungeon. Within its halls, you will fight ancient foes and modern horrors. Can you survive long enough to make it to the top? This one's developed by Wizmud Games, published by Pocket Pair Publishing. Hey, Pocket Pair, we know Pocket Pair. They are Pal World, that's right. Okay. Vision Quench, let's go. Karagard, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Create lobby. Tutorial. Sure, let's do the tutorial. Pick up the bone and break the boxes. Weird, like, claymation cell shading kind of a thing. Okay. Deco Wizard with 11. Thank you, Deco Wizard. Okay. And then, fuck you. Okay, there we go. All right. Throw an item at the ladder to lower it. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's just auto climb. Okay. Ek Power TV, beep boop boop your snoot.
Beep boop, boop your snoot.
Thank you. Oh, I do have a key. There we go. Yeah. Catch an item with the backpack. Oh. That's it? Okay. Interesting mechanic. Respawn your fallen friend with this Freako Pop. Okay. Oh, throw the Freako Pop into the fire pit. Hey, there's my buddy. Okay. Deploy the orb from the backpack? Oh. Okay. So everybody just has an orb. All right. Fair enough. Some essential can be consumed. Okay. Oh, okay. So you can just... There you go. There we go. Okay. That's a neat idea. Just put shit in your backpack by, like, vacuuming it. And it just, the fucking tutorial just ends, huh? Okay. Get dressed at the mirror. Okay. There's the code, I guess. VRKM. That's General Essence HQ outside. Apparently it's some kind of consumer goods company from the medieval times. Heard it's abandoned, but my buddy says the upper levels are still used for some administrative BS. Either way, you should be fine to go in through the bottom. Read the sweepstakes code. Yes, they will still honor it, and yes, it's still in claim. I feel like it's got to be at the top of that tower. Okay. I have a feeling I should have grabbed something. There we go. Nope. F the bone. There we go. Well, I don't mind the bone and the gun bobbing up and down as long as it doesn't do that on the screen. Like to the screen, like my FPS screen. Oh. Oh, that's not that then. Okay. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Man, I am not enjoying myself and I do not care. All right, next game. 30. Let's go 30. What do we got? Doop. Hollow Ground. What's that? Hollow Ground. Top-down shooter. Okay. Sure, we'll give this one. Oh my God, 131 megabytes? This one will play on your TI-85. Okay, copy. Top-down shooter inspired by 90s arcade games. You and up to 3 friends play as 4 mercenaries as they descend into the Epsilon 9 bunker. Navigate 70-plus handcrafted labyrinthine levels, purchase upgrades, and destroy Chaos Manifest the Machine. This is due to come out July 2nd, developed and published by Ledendel Games. Let's see. I'm going to play this with a controller because that's how I like top-downs. If I can. If it'll let me. Also, if it boots up. Well, we're waiting. Really? Are you installing the fucking Bitcoin miner? Says it's running. Confirm. Okay. Let's try again. Well, yeah, Shroom and Gloom was pretty cool, Pet Sweat. Like, honestly, as far as the deck building game goes, it was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. I just wish it was, like, more incremental. Like, they gave you card games, man. They just give you a bunch of information all at once. That's why Slay the Spire is so, I think, lauded, because it doesn't give you too much at once. It gives you strikes and defends, and then one card with a mechanic, and then you gain more cards as you go. That one, like, a lot of games fall into the pitfall of, like, here's a bunch of mechanics fucking figured out. Like, ugh, not for me. That's not something that I do, or that I enjoy. But solid game all the way around. I like the art style too. Very like Rat Fink or whatever that fucking, I don't know, art style is. Oh my God, hold on. Cancel. We got it. It's going. Donna Russell Mortimer. Oh, Donna, of course. Her name is Donna Black. She's a street samurai and she walks around in a thong. Well, controller was working. So it's a little bit like shoot the yellow switch to activate the bridge. Cross the acid-filled moat and enter the bunker. Oh, there it is. game's like a gauntlet. The problem with this game is you stop to fire. Like everything you fire at, you stop. I mean, one of the problems with this game. Excuse me. Oh, it is a health. It's held. My health is counting down just like a gauntlet game. Oh, player one enters the shop. I didn't get any money. Oh, Donna has no use for this.
Hi, my name is Kokon. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
He is. Yeah, RoboCop Rogue City. Well, it's a game. Oh, there we go. That's what we wanted. Oh, so those aren't Class B doors? Oh, I got bouncing ones now, huh? I'm already looking for excuses to die. I'm like, hey, can you guys come kill me, please, so I can fucking quit this game? Eh. Not a real big winner, but, you know, good, an effort was made. No, my God! What is with my fucking... My fucking keyboard is like doing double inputs and I fucking hate it. Thank you, Spencer, for the bits there. I appreciate that. All right, what did we even get with that? 22. Let's see what that is. 22. Echo Weaver. Let's see what that is. I think that was a good one. Oh, maybe it's I need to replace the battery. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Let me see. Do I have any handy here? Oh, yeah. I got a butt ton of them. A butt ton of them. Let's see. Oh yeah, and these are the the ones that came with it. They're the general, like, these ones we get for, like, you know, nickels. So yeah, it's about time to change the batteries. There we go. Okay. Echo Weaver, time is your greatest resource and secrets are your only upgrades.
Hello everyone, I'm Chris, one of the developers making Echo Weaver.
Thank you.
I'll be talking about some of the deeper features in our upcoming knowledge-based Metroidvania.
Knowledge-based Metroidvania? Oh my god.
Echo Weaver is a puzzle game at its heart. How you're
Good.
using the loop to understand who you are, where you are, your powers, and how you move around the world. Today, though, I wanted to get into the nitty-gritty a little bit and talk about one of the game's more hidden features.
I don't want to hear about your hidden features,
If you've
bro.
already played any Echo Weaver,
Time is your greatest resource, and secrets are your only upgrades. Master an unraveling time loop in this knowledge-based Metroidvania as the last Weaver. Exploit time-altering anomalies and use what you learn to break the cycle. Explore what remains. Uncover the mystery. Perfect the loop. TBA on the release date. Developed by Moonlight Kids. Published by Akupara Games. Let's go. And I got it. Controller at the ready. Yeah, does he get a keyboard survive long enough for the batteries to die? That's a good point. I'm old now, no energy to smash it. They hunted paradise, but found us tucked away among the stars. There was awe, veneration, exploitation. There was an absence of fear. Weaver, wake up. I'll just lie in the piss. Welcome, user, to refuse control. Oh, it is piss. We hope you're having a blessed day. Current orders 0, gate status closed. Override options. There you go. Ah, death everywhere. Don't freak out, but I think I'm in your head. No time to explain. Keep going. Look for a cat. Loop extended. Okay. We made it. Oh, but you're hurt. Listen, I don't know why, but I seem to know certain things. Like, you obviously have some funky connection to time here. What if we tried, like, borrowing it? What I'm saying is, let's fix up your hurties with time magic. Sacrifice a minute of time to restore some health. By drawing power from the loop itself, you feel an intimate and practical connection to something that should be immense and abstract, but to you, it's simply intuition. Ow. Home sweet home. I think I have another of my weird hunches. Want to try something weird? Why do I keep knowing things? Churn loop. Cycle 2. We're back, and you're still in one piece. To be totally straight with you, wasn't sure that would work. Not sure about a lot of things, really, like who I am, who you are, why I live in your brain, why we seem to shrug off death like a fleeting, dismissive lover. Sort of easy to spiral into existential crisis mode, actually, if you stew on it too long. Yeesh. Anyway, good work. See you up ahead, yeah? Ow. Weaver, you made it. Things are not looking great around here. It seems we're in a much better position now, though, knowing that shortcut. How are you here? In the room? Oh, I'm not. I'm just not really just a mental projection trick to help us chat a little more civilized. Where I really am is in your noggin, a real cerebral hitchhiker, your own personal brainworm. You woke me up then? Listen to Mr. Questions over here. That wasn't me, no. Outside of those weird hunches I've been having, I know about as much as you, friend. Actually, I know literally as much as you do. I know your whole mind, apparently. By the way, I've started taking some notes in there. You're welcome. This place seems super dangerous and scary, though. Freaks me out. Everything here just feels on the brink, you know, ready to blow. But fear not, I do have some good news. From your running around, I've been able to scan the old colony comms. Not much to be expected. Seems things went to hell a long time ago. But there is some chatter from the surface, actual signs of life. Maybe they're nice and non-murdery. Good. Which way? Hold up, hotshot. We still need to talk about fucking why. The door. Sucker's key is trapped in. As far as I can tell, it's the only way out. Okay. Something is closing automatically, quickly too. Its control terminal might have more info. Let's give it a closer look. No idea how, but if we have any hope of figuring things out, you'll have to find a way past the door before it closes. Good news is time is on our side. Beat the mysterious door. Got it. Excellent. Anything else you want to chat about? Nope, I'm good. Let's get cracking. Zeke, do you have a six-pack? Not currently. But I just got to go to the store real quick, and I can have one in a few minutes. Why, you coming over? You gonna bring some chips and maybe some potato salad? God damn it. I can't go in there, huh? Nope. All right. Oh my god, are those ghosts squeak? I love them. I want one. Look at Q1 sending a message. Urgent correspondence to all team superiors. I don't care. Demo. Lore. Oh, there was a code? Great. One, 2, 5, 4. The access elevator will be secured with this sequence. I don't even know where to put that fucking sequence in. 1, 2, 5, 4. Fuck was that? Oh, that's right. I'm dying. Thank you, Svipe. Good joke. Would have been my favorite demo so far. I don't know, man. I played 100, over 100 of them. I'd have to look through. I don't remember titles. Oh, there we go. It's this one right here. There you go. Nope. Bingo. No, I'm sure there's a few that stand out. It's just I have to go through and see which ones I played the longest. And then remember the names of them. Due to safety concerns, the research project is canceled and this area closed effective immediately. Security measures are in place. Do not enter. This is a final warning. Well, screw you. I'm going in. Well, that was close. This knowledge is corrupted. Hey, I have the glaive. I have the Krull, guys. Lana, come look at this. No way, is this data solid? What were the inputs? Rock solid, I triple checked it myself. So is this everything we've been working towards, hunting after breaking our backs for while the rest of the project laughs at us? Is it that? Well, not how I would have put it. Naveen, yes, you did it. You actually did it. We knew there was a link and now you proved it. There's no way they deny us funding now. Well, new isn't very scientific, but yes, this is exciting. Look at that, robot girl shows emotional range. Oh, I'm sending this M right away. Or sending this to M right away. You run it again and be sure, but leave the admins to me. Aha, okay. Okay. Up. And straight. Thank you. We've made so much progress. I know it's been rough, but we're through the worst of it. We have to keep going. It just seems wrong somehow. We know the glaive will have uses, but are we sure we're willing to go there? Don't you worry that it will cost us? Oh, what are they going to do? Shut us down? That's too important, and they know it. That's not the cost I'm talking about, Lana. Just promise me we'll tread carefully or thoughtfully. We will. You know we will. Plus, I know I have you to keep me aligned to the path of righteousness. You joke, but it's obvious we're wading into the unnatural here. We have to be careful. Oh, what the shit? I lost my glaive. Okay, we're doing this thing. You sure everything's ready? A lot of rides on a success here. Obviously, yes, I'm ready. Subject 9, thank you for your participation today. You don't have to thank it. You're here, Subject 9, because of your advanced aptitude with the artifact, the glaive. The glaive has unique properties that allow connection to you and your peers, as linkage between all of you. For this test, we've secured the glaive in a remote location, but distance is nothing to the link. All you need to do is call the glaive to you and it will appear. Try now, visualize how you use it, holding, throwing, catching, and take your time. This isn't working, they don't understand. Subject 9, you're doing fine, just focus. Concentrate on throwing the glaive, it may take a second or so. And it's done, controller, I have it. Holy gods above. Excellent, 9, and remember, you can do this from anywhere. Now let's try a few more times. Oh, just hold it down this time. Okay. You can recall it from anywhere, anytime. All you have to do is call for it. Okay. Okay. Hey, I thought I'd find you here. You're about to lock it down. We need to go. I can't believe it. After all we did, after all we sacrificed, after all we put them through, it's wrong, Lana. Wrong because we're shut down or because your feelings toward them. Naveen, you're a good person, but you have a good heart, but you have to convince people that the work comes first. Where did they take them? What? Please don't ask me to tell you that. There's already talk of investigations. You grew too close to the subjects. Everybody knows it. Lana, where are they? Where's 9? They absorbed the majority back into the main project. Apparently, they're getting close to a full engine test. And 9? I don't know. Not exactly. Below somewhere. Lower assembly. Wait. Where are you going? There's something I have to do. They have a right to know. Naveen, please do not do this. It's, if not for your own safety, for me, for our friendship. I'm begging you. Please come back with me. Goodbye, Lana. Oh, okay. I can jump further than I thought. Whoa, shit. Oh, okay. Assembly. Skybridge gate control. Command received. Skybridge access. Ceiling bulkhead is out. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Did I? What the fuck? What is happening? I'm right exactly where they want me to be. Command received to suspend Skybridge access, awaiting further instruction. Loom is winding up. All non-essential colony gates instructed to lock down, engaging bulkhead door override. Sealing, bulkhead door is now sealed, complete in 0 minutes, 10 seconds. New day, new loop. Yes, right there. Oh, before it closes in a new loop. Okay, so when the new loop begins, it starts closing. And you have 10 seconds to reach it. So I think I opened up the shortcut. Okay. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, there's no fucking way. Oh, I have to go get the fucking glaive again? Man. Loop-de-loops. All right. 66. Mm-hmm. 50. Let's see what's on the 50. Thanks, Light. I like how it sounds sarcastic in my head. I don't know why. Thanks, Light. It's because it's in caps. Okay. This is a first-person puzzle game. I'm good with that. Okay. Oh, and period. There's period at the end. Okay, first-person puzzler where light reshapes physics and geometry. A glitch-laced mystery for the people who still keep a portal gun, a camera, and a perspective shift in their library. This is due to come out in September of this year, developed by Lighters Games, published by Game Source Entertainment. Let's check it out. Thanks, Light. Unreal Engine doesn't like full screen. Hey, by the way, if you're hanging out and watching, you want to participate in tomorrow's shenanigans, give me your indie game suggestions in the Discord there in my indie game suggestions tab. We're gonna pick 8 of them out, or I'm gonna pick 8 of those suggestions out for tomorrow, and you can come on out to vote on what you want to see. Also, don't forget your Prime subs. Check your Prime subs. Give them to me. Give them. Give them. My butthole is wide for your Prime sub.
Home. Family. Nature. So precious. So worth protecting. They are the reason we carry on. The reason we must be strong. They need you. They rely on your courage to persevere, to keep them safe. No matter the cost.
For your butthole.
Thank you, Uncle Conkle. I like the way she says that.
For your home. Escape for your family. Escape for the world that
For your
deserves to be
butthole.
free. You must do this for them.
Escape, 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 escape.
Escape. Together we can protect all that is good. Escape must happen now.
Ba weep, grana weep, nini bong.
Ba weep, grana weep, ninny bong. No more. Empty. Because I am the worst player and a giant idiot.
How about your gooch in your butthole, though?
Gee, thanks, Light. Oh, glorious, glorious movement speed. Thank you, game. And it's auto. Shift is slow down. Thank you, Spencer, for the bits. It'll automatically go in if you let it go. All right, cool. Welcome, dear player. 3 years, 3 months, 14 days. I have waited. The puzzles in this game are perfect. Test build 2117 times. I can reach. Whatever. I've arranged everything meticulously so you may feel a sense of achievement. Each one by my own hand. Simply follow my guidance. I've even spaced the platforms by the golden ratio. Simple, isn't it? I promise you the finest game with everything I have on the line. Thank you. Yeah, that's that fucking square hole meme where everything goes in the square hole. Thanks, Light. Sorry, I did forget to say thanks. Thanks, Light. Everybody thank the light now. Thanks, Light. This space? World? What should I call it? It looks neat on the surface, but when you know better, it's sloppy. You can tell it was made hastily. Who created this? Why am I here? Oh, that's neat. Okay. That's neat, okay. Zeke, are we in the back rooms? No, we're in the butt rooms. Where we push our butts together and see if we can make our beeholes kiss. Why is that in my head? Me first, me first! I do need a holiday. I'm taking one in July, though. We're going to visit Katie's parents. And her sister in July, so. Oh, this piece of shit perspective bullshit. That's a holiday? That's what I've been told, Wax. You saying Katie is lying to me that it won't be a relaxing, joyful vacation? I'm not getting used to it. Rather, I'm getting more nauseous. I want to spit something out, but nothing comes out. There are scratches on the walls. I didn't make them. No memory, no emotion, no reason, just emptiness. Fuck off. Oh, weird. That was like super liminal there for a second. Thanks, Light. Oh, was there a guy looking down? I didn't even see. Classy fucking Katie fucking Rady. Oh, you don't have the thing tonight. Oh, you did it 3. Yeah, you already did your sponsored shit. Well, thank you for the raid. I hope you got really high tonight, honey. It is Faded Friday. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Light. Uh-oh. Yep. I'm dropping frames. Should be back up though. Or not. I went to yellow. Yep. I started dropping a little bit here and there, but should be okay now. Error. 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 Leave the game and never come back. No. fuck? I'm going insane. Ah, shit. Yeah, I was trying to go through the door. Huh. Yo, Zvi giving a sub to Hyphen Dash. Oh my fucking fuck. You made me like this. Segmentation fault. Memory leak. You'll come back, you'll laugh at me again. Nah, I won't. I promise. Whee! Oh my god, pixelation. Oh fuck, what have I done? Sorry about the bitrate, y'all. Oh fuck, now I got 3 colors. Oh no. Graffiti, I finally reached this place escaping from the administration. Graffiti, was this meant to be impossible to solve from the start? What I discovered is that without this broken flashlight, I'll never escape this place. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Nope. The only way to solve this puzzle is to use the bug. This is far from the perfect the administrator spoke of. But there's no other way. I have no choice but to trust this flashlight and move forward. A toilet. Game developing is freaking hard. It's freaking hard. Oh, I can just leave. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, I have to get it to. Okay. that's not. Oh, not real stairs. Oh. What happened? Obstacle. There you are. You suddenly disappeared and I was momentarily flustered just a moment. This space is not meant to be played. You're in a place that shouldn't exist. How did you get here? That flashlight, that's not something you should be using. You shouldn't be fucking shit, bitch, twat! This is your final warning. Leave right now! No, I won't. Thanks, Light. You got me in trouble. Oh, God damn it. Thanks, Bud Light. Okay. Oh, fuck. That's square. That's round. Yeah, I don't know how to get... Okay. How do I get that? I need to get this square in there, perhaps? DTD Devil gifting a sub to Kwongoku. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Wow, any ideas on how to fucking do this? I need the little square to go, or a little cube to go in the little square. I think. But it won't slide down. How do I get some shovage behind it? Unless it's the big square. Yeah, even with the full like length, it won't budge it. Oh, that will work. Well, fart on my face. Why was I trapped here in the first place? Well, what is the reason I'm here? If I never learned to think, I wouldn't have these worries. Living without being able to die is too painful. This is the end of chapter 2 in demo build. Go to chapter 3 with the portal. Okay, watch out. Bitrate, here we go. Bitrate, goodbye. Or maybe not. All right. And that's what we'll call it. Hell yeah, good job. Thanks, Light. Gee, thanks, Light. All right. Mad Mjolnir with 26 months. Thank you, Mad Mjolnir. All right, we got 65 left. Gonna get through as many as possible. Got about half the day left. 39. Oops, unit. Thanks, Light. Oops, unit. What is Oops, unit? Oh, a co-op game where up to 6 players can... It is single player, though. Yeah, I don't want to. Pass. Passing. All right, let's try again. 64. All right, what's that 48? Sprite. S-P-R-I-G-H-T. What this? 2D action adventure. It's not good for your stream to only ever play what you like. Shut up, Sarkon. You don't even know what you're fucking talking about. All right, nope. Veto. Ghost spelled it out in his triangle of successful streaming. Well, you know, he's not just a streamer.
Hi, my name is CoCarnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
He's also a game developer, so he does know he knows a little better. All right. 60. Valor Mortis. Have I heard about this? Oh, yeah. First person action Souls-like. Okay. Yeah, the Napoleonic era. 18.5 gigabytes. Good fucking God. All right. Copy.
What would you give for victory? Your life? The lives of your sons?
Mortis.
Victory and defeat is then.
Valor Mortis is a first-person action Souls-like from the creator of Ghost Runner. Rise from death as a former soldier of Napoleon's army. Wield supernatural powers, battle horrifying monsters, and unravel a conspiracy that threatens all of humanity. This one's due to come out October 13th, developed by One More Level, published by Lyrical Games and One More Level. Let's go. No, not quite yet. Not
You
quite.
have the strength,
Almost.
the resolve to wield it.
It's not a Souls-like if it's first person, man.
If destiny was there within reach.
Souls-like gets thrown around a lot. I don't think it's a Souls-like if it's first person. I think it has to be third.
For your country. For your empire.
I mean, it's like the criteria for an indie game. Like, what are the criteria for it to be actually a Souls-like? I think third person would be up there. I think melee battling and parrying and dodge rolling would probably be high up on the list. Maybe bonfire mechanics. The die and get your souls back kind of a mechanic. You know, if you die twice, you lose all your money or whatever, all your accumulated wealth.
This carnage reeks of something.
Yeah, third person XP can be lost and regained. Bonfire. Those are a good top 3. Maybe a little bit of this.
War takes its toll on everyone.
Difficult. I think difficult might be up there too. Some of the earliest mods from for the FromSoft games are often first-person mods. Mods, though. Mods. And also, we're not talking about King's Field because that's not a Souls game. It's a King's Field game. There are 4 Souls games that people point to. Excuse me. 6. But only 4 of them have Souls in the title. If you met an NPC in a Souls game, what would be their cryptic quest dialogue? It would be this. Well, I think this is actually from a game, so.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
Twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger. All right. Let's bump it up to 110%, because that's what I give. I give you 110%, guys. Photosensitivity warning, y'all. Let's do chapter 1. If Bloodborne came out first, would they be Blood likes or Born likes? Ooh, I think they'd be Born likes. There's a lot of games with blood in it. Not as many with Born in it, especially spelled B-O-R-N-E.
Get up, soldier. Scrub the bloody muck from your eyes.
Oh, Napoleon is actually talking to me.
For the love of the Empire, get up.
And they recommend controller for this? It's first person, dude. It's first person. Controller feels weird. Yeah, I switched to mouse keyboard. Third person 2D top down, I'm all about controller, but like first person is always keyboard mouse now.
Friendly!
I awoke amidst the dead on the battlefield, my mind a blank as to how I came to be there. Around me lies only death, the stench and silence pressing in like a nightmare. What is this madness? The sole thing I can recall is the tricolored banner of the Empire fluttering faintly in the wind. It shall guide my path through this horror.
Dummy!
Friendly! Friendly! I'm a friendly! Better drink some of that green shit. Or smash it in your hand. That works too. Which demo is this? Top left corner will have the name of the demo. Valor Mortis.
What the hell's wrong with you? We wear the same colors, for fuck's sake.
So it said click for light attack. Did it say hold for heavy attack? Like, that's a heavy attack, right? There's not another button for it? Uncommon catalyst clot. Blur. Off. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even look. What is this? Oh. Soul of a blah 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 warrior. That's a soul's element. I'm running away. Oh. Restart from checkpoint. You kill yourself and then restart from checkpoint. Okay. No, I was looking for a fucking, I was looking for like a crouch mechanic or something. Like a sneak up behind him thing, but there, it's C, the one I wanted to be on, actually. Code Mick with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you to gifting subs to Mr. Crazy Camel, Derek Kims, Morchesy, That Jerk James, Soul Soother, Casual Q88, Always Vexed, Ambrosia Addict, Royal Funk, and Zeno the Mad. Hail, hail, hail. Berserker. Okay. Loss of endurance. Recovering health after blocking. Damage while blocking is recoverable to regain lost health when a melee attack shortly after receiving damage. Okay. Control Shift R. Thank you for the 34 months. No, that's exactly what I was gonna see. Like, what's on right click? Oh, aim and cast is on right click. Okay. Well, then I will have block on. There. Oh, wait, what? That's already bounded dodge? Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. Thumb button. Thumb button 1 for block, thumb button 2 for dodge. Okay. I don't know yet. I haven't talked to her. I think she's probably gonna take a nap first, and then we'll discuss it after she wakes up. Faces, thank you for the 49 months as well. Oh, that was okay. I hope I get, those aren't, I hope those are refreshed every time. Like there's 3 charges like an Estus flask. The Enchilito is back. Fuck yeah, dude. No, I fucking love the Enchilito. I'm not even lying. I love the Taco Bell Enchilito. Well, that's what we're getting. Enchilito, it's honestly just like a single serving enchilada. It's basically like meat and beans and cheese wrapped up in a tortilla covered with red sauce. Mostly cheese though. I fucking did it again. Office of the Marshal of Imperial Security to the Commanding Officer, 3rd Detachment. By the Emperor's authority, your unit, the Guard Eternal, is entrusted with the duty of paramount importance protection of the consignment you escort. Protect this asset with your lives. You will make your final stand where you are. There can be no retreat, no surrender. The Guard's duty is eternal. Your lives can be too. You are authorized to use lethal force. One warning only. If ignored, strike without delay, regardless of rank. The Empire trusts you. Do not fail. Vive l'Empereur.
The Eternal Guard. Named to last makes one wonder what cargo is worth more than a man's life.
You're not alone. Your efforts do not go unnoticed.
Thank you, Napoleon.
He's entirely lost to this madness.
The parry window is not super tiny. I can do it, which means it's pretty easy. Did I take damage during reposting? I didn't notice.
I've never seen such a structure. The trail's not yet cold. The Eternal Guard's cargo must be behind this blockade.
The combat feel good? I mean, it feels fine so far, but I haven't really like gotten into a back and forth battle. I've just been trying to repost and, you know, murder and backstab. So I haven't really gotten to like a drawn out fight. Posture. The enemy's posture bar builds up when you execute melee attacks on or parry enemy attacks. Okay. Parrying increased posture bar with more than melee attacks do. Breaking the enemy's posture allows you to launch a critical attack that deals massive damage. Press control, blah, blah, blah. Parry negates all damage and consumes no endurance. Parrying significantly damages an enemy's posture. Got it. Yep. Sounds are good though. That's really satisfying. That Oh, a pistola, huh? A little pepper box. The pistol is a trusty sidearm, perfect for destroying Nephtoglobin weak spots. Destroying Nephtoglobin weak points on enemies will drop Nephtoglobin remnants, which can be picked up to restore Nephtoglobin. Say it again. Say Nephtoglobin one more time, motherfucker.
I really think that Pierre's death was no coincidence. Quit your rambling, will you? But listen, there is no such thing as a
Why does this need to be blurry?
All is written. Pierre couldn't even fucking read. That didn't stop his foul mouth. The other day, he moaned about the Petit Corporal himself. And that's what got him killed.
That one we can all agree on. Bonaparte's going to get us all killed one day.
I don't think it needs to be blurry as well as shadowy. Do I just get this automatically, or yeah? It looks like it said 2 pistol ammo, but it just stays there. Okay. Oh, your meter is full. Oh, it's mana. I thought it was bullets. Oh, you just automatically go? Nice. I don't have to time it. Cool. Oh, is that a save? Upon death, you'll respawn at the last lantern you rekindled. Yeah. Yeah, made by Ghost Runner devs, yep. Yep, all non-boss enemies are revived, okay. Level up! Oh, I do have enough for one, okay. Max health. Little vitality, never hurt nobody. And good, your healing does get refilled. Oh, and it doesn't look like there's a stamina meter outside of combat, so you can just run everywhere, which is fucking perfect. Thank you. Unblockable attacks. Ah, the readies, yep. Dodge at the perfect moment, okay. Whoops. Come on, dude. I was stuck like on a root or a branch or something.
Oh.
And you don't have to press a button to retrieve your shit. They just, you get close enough and you retrieve it. Just working on my timing. Hey there. What dis? One, two, three, four. I declare a thumb war. Oh, we got the fire now. Fuck yeah. Hold that to activate a fire transmutation, which consumes Neptoglobin. Extract Neptoglobin, shattering any weak points, and striking them with your shaper. Got it.
Who was that man and what has he done to me?
Oh, it's not a fireball. It's burning hands. Okay. Science! And now you know. French people can't swim. Okay, so you use the mouse wheel to switch. I knew it! Or play basketball. Bam! Got him!
Let's see if one gesture is all it takes to burn it down.
You goddamn right. That means there's other shit back here that we can go get too. Oh, I know. I played these games before for Helios. That's exactly what I'm doing. Whee! Whee! Life diverted. Feral Flute Flask now restore Neptoglobin instead of health. Oh, a portion of damage dealt by transmutation is siphoned back, replenishing your health. Oh, so you can just do straight up magic build and you burn guys and it gives you back life. Okay, so I have to level up and unlock slots for those. Okay. I missed him. Missed it? Damn it. Oh. Damn it. Can you, I wonder if you can block all of those. You probably can if you're good enough. Which I am not.
I see you. All of you. Each and every one. Together and only together we will triumph.
Goodbye. Oh, this guy looks mean.
This is a nightmare. We are both Emperor's soldiers.
Damn it. Oh, I could have, yeah. Should have dodged out of the way of that one. Is there somewhere I can travel? Or is this where I'm at? Yeah, that's where I am. Okay. So you gotta do the run back of shame. Pardon me. So the flame is not super great on enemies. Ow, you fucking prick. Oh, what the fuck, dude? Come on. That's what I should be doing. Oh, come on! How the fuck you... He shoots me with a bullet! What the fuck am I supposed to do? I tried dodging and he just hits me. It's not fair. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you probably parry bullets, right? Okay. 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 God damn it. No, no, God, he did a red attack right away. Fucking Pirate Tail, thank you for 58 months. No. Did that. There you go. Right? They're not coming. Nope, they're not coming. Okay. God damn it, dude. No! No, goddamn. I fucking did it! I did it! I swear I did it! God damn it! I put up the parry, you fucking fucker! All right, one more try. One more try, and then I'll spare you the pain of me fucking beating my head against this dumb game over and over again. That shooting him first, though, prevented him from shooting, which was nice. I will not be getting parried today, sir. Damn it! God, fucking red attack! Fuck! God damn it! I fucking put it up! I fucking plug it, motherfucker! Alright, next game. I put up the fucking parry, you fucking piece of shit. Alright. 15. Let's see what the next game is. That's really good, though. It's going to be a fucking great game for people who are patient. Dittori. There we go. What dis? Oh, it looks. Oh God, what is that game? Oh, this is a puzzle game. Yeah. Oh, it's not that. It's not what I thought it was. All right. Let's just shift up. Let's see. No, I thought it was a. Oh, I can't remember the name of the game. I think it was mostly in black and white. There's a Zelda game. Yeah, it's a Zelda-ish kind of a game that came out like 3 years ago or something. Death's Door. There you go. Thank you. Wow, Vetroid, you got it. Death's Door is the one I was thinking of. That was it. Okay. Dittori. Dittori. Deep beneath the world, an ancient god stirs. Master the forbidden power of Dittori. Discover its secrets and use it to bend reality to your will. Herald the end of all things. Developed by Blucherstein. Published by Draknek and Friends. Who's your buddy here? Oh, is a Draknek. Oh, so you're friends of Draknek? Yeah. We go back a long ways. Me and Draknek, we were like this in high school. If you think it does make sense though. Every time he's stuck on a game and proceeds the next one. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm the worst gamer with the biggest Steam library. I'm not the worst gamer. I'm just not good at things that require like fast action skills. I can do puzzle games fairly well, probably better than average. Like deduction games, shit like that. I can do those. Those are great. I can do those all day. But like things that require skill, like fast, hand-eye coordination and shit like that, not so much. Like this game I should be all right at. It seems like a puzzle game. Welcome, Acolyte. You have been chosen to bring about the end of all things. Many have come before you, but you will be the last. You will not be remembered, for there will be no one to remember you. Proceed on to be trained and become worthy of this noble task. I'm very good at entertaining, and damn it, that's what matters. Well, thank you, Just T. Thank you. Paid chatter. Kavirian, come on. No. They are not a paid chatter. Also, don't call out paid chatters. That's why I timed you out. Don't call them out. There are a few. Oh, there's a X, giant X right here. I love Zeke. I just wish he would co-create a game and talk about it incessantly. What? Who the fuck does that?
This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo!
Oh, down with the paid chatter. Super Sea Lion gonna go. Bruh. Bruh, Tengu. Bruh. The fuck is a paid chatter? I don't think it's a real thing. I know there's bots, obviously. You can pay for bots and that kind of shit, but paid chatters, I don't know. I've never heard of it. There we go. I was like, can I rewind? Okay, so that's always going to be that way, huh? Oh. Okay. Cool. Stream summary. Ezekiel looks like his face was stung by all the bees. He wonders if he has room for another sub sandwich in his gut. He does. The game he is playing takes a backseat to his shrill voice. Fucking the AI is getting really, like, just mean-spirited. Oh, Covirian created a new emote. All right, Covirian. Gonna add. Oh, it's fucking Chrome is taking a second. Taking its sweet ass time to load. Oh my god, paid chatter is an emote. Get the fuck out of here. That's funny. Oh, fuck me. All right. Added. There you go. Paid chatter has been added. There you go. First message. You're a great streamer. Orange Willie gifting a sub to paid chatter. Nice, dude. Use your shitbox time to look for snacks. Oh, I can't push this way, can I? Oh, yeah, all right. Oh, okay. So I can't get trapped in there. God damn it. Why are you always doing that in the wrong channel? Do people do that in Ko's channel? Or they're like, you're a fat, loud piece of shit, and I'll never come back to this. Oh, sorry, Ko. I thought I was in Zeke's channel. I doubt it. Oh, easier than I was making it. All right. A little trip. Take a little trip. Take a little trip. Take a little trip with me. Oh, ha! Oh, God damn it! Okay, good. Beautiful. Oh. Oh, that'll make it stay up. Oh, that's neat. Okay. Cool. Cool. As a bipolar, I watch Zeke or Ko depending on my mood swing. Alright. Oh, okay.
Have a great day, Zeke. Thanks for
Thank
the
you,
entertainment.
Denjahar. I appreciate it. You're welcome for the entertainment. Said fusing, so. Oh, there. Simpler. It's simpler than you think. Simpler than you think. Because they both fall. Using. No, 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 no. God damn it. What do I get over there? No, it has to be something like this. Oh, it won't let me move. Fuck. Okay. No way. I don't know if I got it. I don't know where I had it. I didn't do that on purpose. They both do the same fucking thing. The buttons both do the same thing. That's what I wasn't getting. Cool. Good game. Good fun puzzle game. Nice work. All right, that was Ditori. How many we got left? Ooh, only 61? Sheesh. We are getting down there, y'all. Oops. Don't suspect the elements. Or inspect, whatever. 47 it is. All right, what do we got? What do we got? The bed above my head, huh? Let's find it. The bed above my head. You're playing a game in the dark. Sure. I'm in. Let's go. Let's copy that. Let's delete cells and shift up. Download. Okay. All right. You're playing a game in the dark. Something in your room is not. In this sit and survive type psychological horror game, you're a child playing on your console while something roams your room. Observe your surroundings, listen carefully, and manage your stress to survive this nightmarish night. Ooh, I like it. There are better games to play in the dark than Who's in My Mouth? Yeah. Q3, this due to come out Q3 of 2026. It's ad break. Ad break time. So that means I'm just gonna go pee. Perfect timing. Okie dokie. Let's get to it. Yes, this game is scheduled to come out Q3 of this year, developed by Kingu and published by them and Haunted Publishing Syndicate. Let's go. Photosensitivity, epilepsy warning. Headphones. The bed above my head. Oh, okay. You're about to start a new game. Doing solo, erase your save file if you have one. Are you sure? Yes. OBS Vinny K with a 71, getting close to that 6 years, man. I knew it. It's going to happen again tonight. Oh, I don't know why I started off my voice like this. I told mom and dad, but they didn't believe me. Whoops. Okay, stay calm. Remember what you did last time. I'm a child. What did my console called me? Oh, hey, I was waiting for you. Welcome to the game, kid. I'm you, well, your avatar in this world. I'm here to help you. You're playing this game for a specific reason, you know? Let's get you through the basics. We can interact with a lot of objects. Make me search the rooms. Useful things are hidden in plain sight. You can maintain an input to move continually in a direction. Is it a jump scare game? I don't know. It's my first time playing it too. I don't really care for the screen moving with the character. I know there's probably not much you can do about it, but I fucking hate that Dragon Warrior style of like character movement. Every enemy is different. Learn how they move to stay safe. So you found another one. Another child. Do you think it's going to be different this time? Silver lock indicates you need a silver key. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Did your plushie just move? I swear it was on your bed a second ago. You should probably look for it. Oh, there it is, right there. If something seems out of place, I can focus on it. I should focus on Mr. Bear. I can focus on almost everything. Except doors. Can't do anything about them. Is this a normal thing for plushies to do? Yeah, a game Zeke said he'd go back and beat it, never did. I didn't realize how much grinding that game is. It's 80 to 90% just grinding up levels. I had no fucking idea it was that, like, just lame, honestly. You should keep an eye out for this, for things happening around you, just to be sure. Okay, so plushie on the bed. Mr. Rabbit's behind the table. Mr. Bunny's on top of the TV. Glow. Okay. Feinwin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub.
Hail Berserker!
Appreciate you. Don't think we're a bit slow. Walking be pretty boring. Let's run when we need to. Oh, that's actually way better. Found some food. Make me eat some if I'm ever hurt. Is there any more plushies, or are you just guys just seen the 3? That, and that. Nope, sorry. Okay. Ah, that's a fucking trap. Oh, he used the F word. Sorry, I should not swear like that. Anyway, that's the kind of moment where food can become useful. Try your best to keep me safe, though. I know you can't feel them, but those things hurt like hell. Go check if everything's okay. I'll wait for you here. It's here, hidden in my room. Find the silhouette and focus on it. Oh, there you are. It's gone. This time it didn't attack me. If it happens, there's things I can do. First, I can close my eyes. Or take a picture with my console. Okay, close my eyes or take a picture with my console. I've got this. That's not your first time, right? This thing has been tormenting you before. Let's finish this level. It's gonna be okay, kid. Empty socket on the statue. The hole seems to be shaped like some kind of gem. Hold on. Oh, obviously they're color coded. Dipshit. What did I just pick up? Yeah, very necro dancer. Oh, there we go. Well done, you did great. I'm impressed. Oops. Let's get out of this dungeon. We have a lot to do. What was that?
Hi, my name is CoCarnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
Okay. Interact with the tape player on the right to play calming music. So relaxing. This kind of music calms me. Wait for the music to calm you down. How do I know if I'm calm yet? I'm feeling better now. It seems a child knows how to defend themselves, isn't it? When the two of you are ready, get in the cart so we can go. I guess I'm ready. Let's go. Well done, you did great. I'm impressed. Let's get out of this dungeon. We have a lot to do. Finally, here we are. Nowadays, this floor of the dungeon is flooded and on the verge of collapsing. Let's get going, kid. That's a trap, it looks like. Not a trap? Hey, you! Those monsters trapped me here! Help me! Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Could have done that better. I'm still trapped on the water. Please go to the room and on the left and turn the valve. Oh. Thank you. My name is Megan. I'm the keeper of this level. What are you doing here? I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to chat with you. I have a lot of work to do. Okay. You're welcome. Oh, there you are, you fucking son of a bitch. What? Am I supposed to do something? Why the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it refreshes. That's why, because it's counting up now. Slowly. Fuck's sake. What am I supposed to be looking for? I saw the silhouette, goddammit. Right there, you fucking bitch. Do I, maybe I close my eyes when it starts to glow? Oh yeah, close your eyes when it glows. Okay. Oh, there's a fucking door there? What? Oh, okay. Oh, now you can play it longer before needing to recharge. Okay. Okay. Fucking asshole. I don't see a fucking silhouette anywhere.
Zclov.
I think that might be it. Yeah, bitch. Like that. Who was that? Super High with the 5 months. Thank you, Super High. I've been through this so many times I don't fucking know where to go. Did the candle? Nope. Oh, shit on you. Get the fuck out of here, bunny. You ain't supposed to be here. No, I'm fucking stumped in the fucking this game. Door is now locked. You must progress through the dungeon. I only have one food? What the fuck? I really have no fucking clue where to go in this game. Yeah, the fucking guy keeps opening doors. There's nothing I can do about doors. They as much told me. They're like, doors are gonna open, nothing you can do. I mean, I think you progress the game by progressing through this game. I just don't know where the fuck to go, man. Oh. There we go. There. To open the giant door ahead, you need to repair broken pipes across all the level. Why am I not doing this myself? I'm not the one who wants to pass the door. I have other things to do. Those old pipes require constant attention. Oh, there you are. Oh, there we go. Oh my God, there he got me. Fuck, fuck. fuckity fuck. Okay. Okay. Stop it. Shut up. Shut up. As in, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth and stop talking. Oh, the bunny's gone. There you are. God, I'm just trying to get through this fucking game. Oh, stop it, big baby. Nope. All right, I'm good. I'm good. It's really hard to concentrate on one game when the other game is like the fucking console game. Because you really just want to do that, you just want to figure it out. And then the other thing just becomes a fucking annoyance and it's not scary. You're just like, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to fucking figure out this goddamn 2-bit game. All right, what are we on? 60? 60, wow. Getting down there. What's the next game? Next game is, I rolled a 50, it looks like. There we go. Yep. Hey. Ezekiel is still lost in the flooded dungeon horror demo, finally cracking the pipe repair objective after wandering blind. The creature keeps jump scaring and a bunny showed up uninvited. Thanks. Thanks, AI game. Ooh. The Minesweeper. Not Minesweeper. The Minesweeper. Okay. Let's see what that is. Oh, it's a classic game of Minesweeper from a fresh new perspective. Play alone or with a friend. Third-person puzzle game. Are you... I don't know, man. Sweet. Okay. All right. I don't know that I really needed Minesweeper to be 3D. Okay. Play alone with a friend, third person, blah, blah, blah. Enjoy the calm of nature, chill tunes, and chaotic reveals. Coming soon, developed and published by Stephen Royer. Sure. Why not? Oh, let's see. Hey, maybe, oops. Hold on, let's see. Maybe it's ejected. No, it's not. No AI disclosure. Oh, well. See, the thing about Minesweeper was that I could, you know, double click on the one and it would just clear everything around it if I hadn't flagged it. So, yeah. You gotta do it each individual, huh? Yeah. Solo win! Three? Whoa! Got it. All right. There you go. You get it. It's Minesweeper, except 3D. Hooray! All right, let's see. 59. Oh, roll. Oops. 1D 59. 28 now. In silico, or in silico. In silico. There we go. What dis? Distant future, humanity is enslaved in a simulation. Now that you're awake, can you escape from reality too? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Adventure puzzle, stealth horror cinematic. Okay. I like all those buzzwords. All right. In a distant future, oh, I already did that. This is due to release in 2026 at some point. Developed and published by Gabriel Jimenez Cabrera. Let's fucking do it. And it's a controller game, eh? Okay. Escape from reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Oops, there goes Zeke. He's trying to solve puzzles, but he can't. No. Oh, okay. One of these type of games, eh? Rude. Oh, fuck off. Anonymous gifter with a gifted sub to Buntify. Oh, I think I'm supposed to hit that button. Okay. Yep. There you go. Oh my god, it's the Incredipod. Or not the Incredipod, the oh god, the things they sent after Mr. Incredible. You caught me monologuing. Yeah, the Omni Droid. Yeah, The Incredibles is great. Probably my favorite Pixar's. I wouldn't say my favorite superhero, but definitely my favorite Pixar movie. Okay. Oh shit, okay. Oh, I gotta, hold on. I gotta change it back. There we go. Oh my god. 1, 11, 9, you're here? Oh my god. I've missed you guys so much. Four's here. Did you see that 4's here? Well, the party can begin. 4 is a real cut up. Well, that was rude. Yeesh. All right, you go left, I'll go right. Never mind. Oh, fuck. It's 3 fucking dimensions now? Oh, yuck. Oh, yuckies. Oh, we hates it, Precious. God damn it. Shit. Fuck! Ooh, fuck you. Or not. Fuck me, I guess. Oh, fuck this. Oh, you gotta be fucking. Oh, you're not. You're not fucking. Have I tried No Such Place? I'm not sure. You can check the Google Doc. By putting hashtag game in the chat. No. Oh, I missed one. Fuck. Where did I miss one? Oh, god damn it. Son of a bitch. Okay, I see them all now. One right here. And I'm dead. Never mind. What? Eat a dick! Wow, snuck right under that fucker. That was pretty intense. I like it. Oh, it's camera. It's fucking airplane controls for the camera, and I hate it. Oh, there's fucking one up there perched up on the fucking corner of the fucking piece of shit. Yep. Non-floaters. Oh my god, this is so fucking hard. Joe Beezer with the 103, baby. Thank you, Joe.
Look at me, you'll see.
Oh, he turned this way, motherfucker! If the camera moved the way I want it to move, like a regular fucking third-person camera instead of up and down being fucking swapped, might be a little bit easier. Okay, so there's one right there. Okay, move. Okay. Get the fuck out of here! Okay. Cause we're the Space Balls! Look out! We're the Space Balls! That's gotta be the end of the demo, right? Yeah, nice one. Good job. Some tense shit, man. Okay. Thank you. Now what? Okay, I'm just gonna Alt F4, bud. All right? Okay. I'll go wishlist it. Don't leave me hanging on the fucking final screen, please. Okay, we got some more time. We got 58 left. Let's see what we can do. Zeke, is it true if you blow into a man's urethra as if you're inflating a balloon, his body will burp his balls out his butt? Yes. Can confirm. That is a big 10-4. Don't ever blow into a man's penis. Yeah, I have no idea what just happened. Or why my microphone started doing that, but I think it's better now. Does it sound better to you? Yeah, Mike was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Okay. Did I roll the dice? Yes, 13. Okay. Sorry about that, Poppity Pops. I don't know what caused it, but seems like we're okay now. Corsair Cove is the name of this one. What is?
The pirate's way of life is under attack. And here you are, stranded with nothing but the clothes on your back. Build, manage, and rule your pirate haven. Turn your shabby settlement into a
strategy city builder.
Keep your
base
crew
building.
happy,
Ugh.
set up production lines.
Nah.
And run a tight ship.
Nah. Not my shit, man. Sorry, not my shit.
What's this? Pirates on the Wild Island.
11. Let's try 11 instead. What's
With
11?
enough resources, you
Cheap
can extend
Screamer?
your reach, build mighty ships, and explore the seven
It looks
seas.
awesome. I mean, not Cheap Screamer. Corsair Cove looks awesome. But it's a city builder, base builder? Fucking no way, baby. Not for this guy. Oh, I hate you. Shut up, Sarkon. You hate me anyways. It's not going to change. Like, you can't hate me more than you already hate me. So you go ahead and you hate me. Fuck you. See if I care. All right, copy. I can't do anything right by you. All right. Cheap Screamer looks like more my fare. You want bullshit like base building? You know there's a few other streamers out there that are
This is Co Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville.
all about that kind of shit. All right, let's download it. Try to survive the experiments being conducted on you while you attempt to uncover the truth about why you were there. Simple, effective. Developed and published by Haul It Ass. Haul It Ass. That's a great name. Haul It Ass is the name of the devs.
You're a cunt.
Cheap.
I do.
Oh, I almost put cheap streamer.
Smile.
I am a cheap streamer. Cheap screamer. There we go. Paler, thank you for the 200 bits. Let's go. No release date on this, just coming in this year, 2026. Yeah, there's some fate popping and static while I'm speaking because I turned the air conditioner on. I had to, man. It got to be about 80 degrees in here, so last couple hours of stream, I'm gonna have to do that here in Texas. How long have I been here? Is time a myth? This feels like a dream. One I wish I could wake up from. It's incredible that I still have gotten used to this. There's still a bit of hope left in me. No, the air conditioning is on in my house, but this office in particular gets super hot and the air conditioner can't keep up, so I have to turn on an individual one in this room because the two PCs just fucking heat this place up. Like crazy. Weird. So this is like sort of FMV? Huh. Oh, hey, there's a door. I'm really hesitant to turn it up too much. I know there's just going to be a part where it just goes. Bling! Oh, no audio options. Oh, sit down. There you go. Yeah. Warm part of California and run multiple PCs in summer. I vent them outside. Seems like it would increase cost, but actually running second AC fan costs more. Yeah. I don't really have that option here, unfortunately. Easy to say when you're not the one in there. I don't remember. Okay. Close your eyes. There. Okay. See what I mean? Everything was so quiet. The fuck? Yeah, not the kind of windows that my PCs would fit out of. I've got weird shaped PCs. Fuck's sake, dude. Fuck's sake, dude. Well, if it is AI, they didn't disclose it. It happened again. Are you sure? Why would I lie to you? Close your eyes. You really need to work on your fucking audio leveling, guys. Fucking ridiculous. Take the keys and leave. Do not use the gun. Close your eyes. Wait, why me? I don't know. Please, close your eyes. Okay. I will. It seems they're done with me for today. One thing I know is that time moves differently for me than it does for them. Their days are breezes and mine are tornadoes. Just you and me. A blocked exit. Shelf empty. Paint uncomfortable. Statue weird. Board just a few theories. Another shelf empty. Couch quite comfortable. They call this a break room. I wish that were true. So I'm never truly relaxed. Grab the keys and leave. Use the gun if necessary. Oh, keys. Excuse me. God, why would I ever drop the fucking flashlight? Jesus Christ. Gaze! Oh, Jays. Oh my fucking god, where's the fucking key? Oh fuck, it's right there. Jesus, found it. You don't put the PC in the windows, use one of the window air AC dryer vents. Okay. Yeah, drop me a link, man. What? We're going to increase this level. We're not getting out anything out of this. At least you're warning me. It looks like we better get better results if you didn't warn me. All right, I'll take a look at that after stream today. Thank you. TM56 situation 11. Position the light bulbs correctly, grab the keys and leave. Oh, you fucking bitch. Fuck do you mean position them correctly? You know what? I don't know. Nah. Need idea, needs audio leveling, and needs a better UI, like targeting that shit. Like, I get, you know, I don't mind esoteric shit like that. It doesn't bother me. Just it needs a clearer focus, I think. I don't know. All right, let's see. 56, 11. Cloudbreaker, A. What dis? Nope. Vetoing, meh. 4. Archive 1996. What's that?
This hotel is strange.
Okay. Oh, this looks.
I haven't seen you around here.
This looks like a piece of shit. Let's go.
No one is here at midnight.
Okay.
A secret story is creeping closer.
Oh no! There's no demo! There's no demo! There's no demo! It's gone! The demo's gone. Shit. Yep, nope. Demo's gone. If there was one, it's gone. Shit. Okay. All right, 54 now. 40. Shape Sender Deluxe. What's that? Oh, Incredible Machine? Okay. We'll do Incredible Machine. Your new best friend, Sendy, is here to guide you through 90 plus handcrafted physics puzzles. Solve them, then make your own levels, and maybe keep an eye on him while you're at it. This one was developed by Dead Teapot, published by Dear Villagers. We know Dear Villagers. Why do we know them? Dear and Boy, Fabledom. Okay. Mind Cop. Okay. Okay. Played a couple of their games. All right. Let's go. Shape Sender Deluxe. Okay. Oh, you're back. Hi. Hi, welcome to Shape Sender Deluxe. My name is Sendy. What should I call you? Nothing. Oh, you're one of those people. Either way, it's nice to meet you. I'm here to teach you, my new best friend, how to play. In Shape Sender Deluxe, you need to get those circles down in that pipe. You can use a block from the toolbar on the left. Amazing! That's the fastest anyone's ever solved this level. Yep, I'm a speedrunner. Oh yeah, prove it. No, I won't prove it. A smarty pants like you has probably already worked this out, but you can rotate blocks with handles after placing them. Clever cookie. You can use as many blocks as you want for this level. Imagine if you use like 3 whole blocks. That doesn't seem like a lot. I can't count that high. Oh, sure. I didn't think that was gonna work, but whatever. Close enough. Whoa, use so many blocks. Time for that something new, springs. Did you know the spring equation is known as Hooke's law? Who's Hook? I don't know, some nerd probably. I've seen this level solved with only one spring and some blocks before. You don't have to do that, obviously, but it's pretty impressive.
Keep the entertainment coming.
I'll try, Thrakius. Honestly, using that many springs is way cooler than just using one. Fuck you, man. Oh, here's something new. Squares. They're a little different to circles outside the obvious, but I'll let you work out how. Yeah, I like the sound design. It's very musical. Nope. Oh my god, I didn't think about tilting a fucking spring. God damn, dude. I honestly didn't even cross my fucking mind. I know, I didn't even think about it. I was like, you can turn blocks, you can't turn springs, dude. I like that they bounce. Well, I'm glad the type of shape has affected your ability to send them to the right spot. I think you really like this next tool, magnets. I don't really understand how magnets work. I'll work it out. I know you can do it. Okay, so just leave it. It's fine, just leave it. You worked it out, I wasn't sure you actually would. Sorry, I wasn't very good at teaching you. I still had fun. I have a feeling you're lying, but I'll let flattery slide. You got me. Sure thing, bestie. Hope you're enjoying these magnets. Here's your tools, now get to it. Wait, oops. That fan wasn't meant to be available in the demo, so just ignore that. Kia Ora, gamer. What do you need? Nothing. Wait. Do you know a triangle's internal angles always add up to 180? Can you clear the grid? Oh, okay. Really? Good enough. Not pretty, but it'll do. I know you got a sneak peek at the fan, but you'll need to wait for the full game for that. Level 8 of 16. Now to test your knowledge, this level is impossible without magnets. I doubt that. Stop hitting me! Wait, how did you solve it without a magnet? This is the magnet tutorial. I'll fix it later. This one, you'll need to get creative and possibly use a combination of tools. Perfect. Where'd you learn that trick? You know the drill. Match those shapes. Champ, what's up? I don't have any tools. What? Oops, you can't solve a level without tools. There you go. Wow, that was easy. Sorry about forgetting your tools. It won't happen again. Incredible machine. Hey, here's a fresh level for you. It hasn't been fully playtested, but that's what you're here for. Let me know if you come across any issues. Oh, why is that? It's impossible to win. What? How? It's the exit pipe. What are you talking about? Oh, I see. It needs circles instead of squares. This was a test and you passed. Yay. Oh, that was it. Okay. Yeah, all right. This is where it gets even more fun. As you may have noticed, these stars are delicate objects. They'll break on impact with a solid surface. You worked it out. Magnets lets you move stars without touching them. These stars are custom made just for you, so treat them carefully. But to be honest, I do love the sound of them shattering. Just watch out for the spiky bits. God damn, if you weren't such a dick. Get out of the way, you prick! This fucking asshole. There we go. Okay, that's working. You Shatter 26 stars. Do you know how expensive those things are? It's no big deal, but if you broke 29 more, you get a bad ending. 3 more levels. Wow, the demo's almost coming to an end in the second hardest level. You need a creative solution to help to stop the stars crashing into the squares. When this is all over, you'll remember me, right? Of course, Sandy. Wow, thank you. Wishlist in the game means the world to me. There we go. Oh no! Damn it. God damn it, I'm losing the plot here. Fucking hell, man. Come on. There you go. Now, why isn't this working now? There you go. Alright, fine. It's not pretty, but it's fucking working. Oh, it's almost over. I hope the next level is too hard. I want it to be a nice send-off for all the time we've had together. This is it, the last level. Do you think you can get the squares past the scary spikes? If it's too hard, I won't judge you for giving up. Oops. Oh, come on, you fucking prick. There you go. Close enough. Close enough. Oh, you solved that so easily. No, it was tough. I'm done. All right, then. Well, the last level, so it's time to move on. Would you like to wish list a game before you go? Yes, please. Wow, thank you. That means so much. Anyway, I hope you liked it. Oh, shit. Did I unwish list it? Fuck. Do it again. There you go. And the 47 broken stars I need to replace. Bye. Thanks for pretty please wish list the game. Follow along.
I said shut up. As in close your mouth and stop talking.
Yeah. Wait. There was one more level. Oh. Okay. Whatever. I don't want to look for it. All right, there it is. Shape Center Deluxe. Pretty good. Pretty good little game. All right. Cute little puzzle game. I liked it. All right, 53, the bottom one. Zozo and the Lost Dreams. We've been looking at it forever. And the Lost Dreams. What's this? Oh, shit.
Oh man, it was just getting good.
Oh, it's completed 59 16 before the last one, so it's 16. Okay. Okay.
Sure can.
Oh, wait, hold on. What about the furry protocol? There's no trailer for this, but it's called the Furry Protocol. Let's see. You know what? In lieu of rolling dice, maybe we pick one based on title. Retail, Gumball Hero, Helix, Hell Sprint, Vindicta. Let's find one. Let's find a good one. Frog It Up. What's that? Oh, incremental clicker. No. No. Oh, Restory. There we go. Oh, we did a little bit of this. We did the game restoring one, the video game like cleanup one. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Okay. Sure. This is better than the game cleaning one. The game cleaning one was just like the chillest game ever. All right. Story. Chill. Electronics. Repairs. Now, does someone have the weird, like, big boob ladies that are asking you for stuff, or is that a different game? I remember there was a weird, like, game like this that looked chill, and it was like, all of the chicks in the game were drawn with huge titties. No. Don't you remember? Or, like, we saw a demo of it, and then you could, like, date them or something? No, it wasn't a dream I had. No, you could, like, actually take them out on dates. It's not this one, obviously, but it was like this. Run a quaint electronics repair shop in the mid-2000s Tokyo. Grow your business by carefully restoring iconic video game consoles, cell phones, music players, and other nostalgic devices. Talk to customers, hear their stories, and see how your decisions impact both their lives and your shop. This one's due to come out this year. Developed by Mandragora. Published by Tiny Build. If anyone can remember what I'm talking about, because I'm not out of my mind. It was like a cozy, chill repair shop, but every chick that came in had giant knockers and like tight shirts and stuff. It was weird juxtaposition. Well, it was a phone repair game. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Now, I just want to show you guys, so you don't think I'm out of my mind or losing it. Oh, maybe it was electronics. No, it's not electronics repair shop. Oh, what was this one? Yeah. Yep, In Trusted Hands. That was this one. Yeah, because you could date them. Yeah, there you go. See, it was like weird phone repair, but you could have like sex with them and shit like that. AT and titty. Yeah, exactly. That was it. That was it. All right. This might be the last game of the day, depending on how much we like it. But it seems fun. All right, I confirm. New game. Let's go. I know it's not the final version of the game. It's a demo, dude. I know. My first day in the repair shop. Oh, there we go. Sort out inventory and throw away boxes. Open the store. How are you getting on? Cleaning up? Yep. 2,000 per week. Oh, by the way, I found a phone. I don't know whose, but it's mine now. Everything here is mine, although it doesn't turn on. How much does it cost to repair it? Name the inflated price of 6,000 yen. Might as well offer it for free. Take 7,500 at least, or you'll go out of business like the last master. When you're done, put the phone on the counter. I'll be around somewhere. Okay. It's a Pokia. I'm out of phone now. What do I do? How do I clean phone? Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, just clean it. That's it. That's all I have to do. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Put it back in, put it back in, put it back in. Pokia! No, no, no. Stop that. There you go, Mr. Hashimoto. All yours. I can't stand occupied the noise, the crowds, but it's more peaceful here with you. What are you doing? Is phone ready? I don't have much time. Do I mention the paper with the number on it or not? What do you think, guys? Do it? Guy, yeah, he's got the tats. He's Yakuza for sure. Okay. I know that number. In short, you may be contacted, but it'll be better for you if you don't answer. And in general, you really shouldn't close. You really should close before midnight. There was an incident last night. Somebody broke into a store, ransacked everything, and stole some expensive equipment. My son was on the scene. He came home angry and wet. He provides security, but for very good rates too. But we'll discuss that later. Bye. Okay. Thank you. Excuse the intrusion. I hope I didn't scare you. The last master always got scared. I live directly above you. I'm taking part in an online Pac-Man championship, and my old Atari joystick, but my joystick broke, and I'm close to the record. It's the second time this month, so now I've got 2 broken joysticks. Can you fix one of them at least? Oh, okay. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Oh, there we go. Where'd the other fucking one go? Oh, last time someone broke in and smashed a window, made off with expensive equipment. I chased them all the way to Conda River. The truck fell straight in the water. I'm fine, but my flashlight was damaged. It won't turn on. Can you take a look? Flashlight is faithful partner. I turned it on. Smoke came out of it. And the glass smashed to pieces. Popular model. You can't buy parts for it anymore. Still, I hope you find a donor in the marketplace. Just make sure to check the seller's rating. People lie. I don't have internet. I have an internet guy. He's a little odd, but he knows what he's doing. I'll send him to you. By the way, I'm surprised somebody opened up here again after the business with the last master, but you seem to know what you're doing, so good luck. Dude, where the fuck did I put the other one? There we go. No, stop it. There. Wait, what? They say a broken part has been installed? Oh, is the fucking button broken? Somehow I didn't know that. Yeah, no, I know. Normally I look at the bin. Perfect. Perfect, Indy. Okay. Sorry, I fixed it already. Here's your payment. Keep the second joystick. I heard you still don't have internet. Can I help? It's been so nice to be able to do something for somebody else. Here's an advert from our provider. They have the best rates. Write in your answer what speed you want. Fuck, I don't know. 15 bucks a week? I bought a portable Noni PMP on the market. It was hard to get as it's only just come out, but it doesn't turn on. The box was all crumpled, so the courier may have been in a hurry. On forums, everyone writes that only official services can perform repairs, but I don't get out much. You're my only hope. You don't have a license. You do have a license, don't you? Oh, what a pity. Never mind. I'll wait. As soon as you have a PMP license, I'll be in touch. Oh, god damn it. Oh, okay. Clean it. Clean it. Just a bunch of cleans. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, efficiently cleaning dust from electronics. Well, that's fun. I better wait on all this shit, though. There you go. Oh, from a reputable seller, though. This is not a reputable seller. Look at this. 1 star? Whoa, goddamn. Delivering bills and orders and picking up goods for sale. Just put anything on the counter. So what do we got there? Oh, bills, rent, and internet. I'll bring them in every week. I gotta go. My work speed is whoosh. Oh. Oh, there you go. Yep. Perfect. Yeah, it's not a good reputation, though. Oh, there's 4 more? Fuck's sake, dude. Clean up the battery? How the fuck does the battery get dusty? Yeesh. Have you seen what kids do with... I don't want to know. I don't want to know what kids do with these things. All right. Nope. Oh, now back panel. This is barely even worth it, man. I'm barely getting 20 bucks out of this. Perfect. Uh-oh. Getting close to midnight. I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's right. Shut down for the day. Oh, save and end day. There we go. Perfect. That's fun. I like that. That's so chill. I could definitely see myself just chilling out and, you know, having a second screen doing this shit. Yeah. I was gonna shut her down. Oh, shutter, because I closed the shutter. All right, y'all. That's it for me today. That's it for demo week and a half. 9 days of demos. How many did we do? Well, not do. How many did we at least see? 134 fucking demos we saw. 130 fucking 4 of them. I'll have to go through them. Maybe. Try and remember the ones that like were worth a damn. 134 demos, man. Not bad. Not bad for 9 days work. Okay. I gotta check something here. 134 divided by 9. Just about 15 a day. 15 a day, yep. There you go. And my Bubba, he knows. Doesn't my Bubba know? My Bubba knows it's time for me to go. Oh, he is excited to have Pop off work. Yes, he is. Very excited. Mwah. Not right, Bubba. Not right, Bubba. Yeah, good boy. My sweet boy. He's such a mama's daddy's boy. All right. But tomorrow is Indie Saturday, so I'm going to have games for you to vote on tomorrow. Fully released games for you to vote on tomorrow. Brand new indies. So, I am out of here. I will see you tomorrow for Indie Saturday.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!